Catharsis Catalyst, real excited for this. Yeah, so hopefully, you can all see this. Just waiting to start until I get some confirmation from the chat that we are indeed live. Okay, good, we are live. Right, good, hello. Okay, so, yep, here in loud and clear. Hi there, beautiful Belle. Yes, you are indeed a character from Ace Attorney. Right, let's go. I've already opened up this game once, just to, like, get all of the, like, creating a file out of the way, blah, 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 all that stuff. Hi, VO105, health warning. The games in this collection are presented with minimal changes. I guess I should also mention, I was kind of expecting this game to have any similarities to real events, is a coincidence, because let's just say that Case 1 of Investigations 2, it's kind of similar to something that happened in real life relatively recently, but that's all I'll say here. Anyway, hello everybody, and welcome to Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, but only 2, because I'm not going to be playing Investigations 1 here. Don't worry, Investigations 2 is pretty much self-contained. Most of the Ace Attorney games are, except for Great Ace Attorney. So, there are some minimal character carryovers, but all of them will be reintroduced in 2. And also, like, there's, like, one vague allusion to the plot of the first game, but none of the mysteries will be spoiled. There is nothing you will lose at all from watching this if you want to go and play 1, yourself. But 2 is a lot better, and the main reason why I am playing Investigations 2 is that, so, also this music is amazing, so some of you may not know this, yes, this is the official translation, but this game was not originally released in English. Investigations 1 was, so we've had this localization by Capcom since, like, 2009 or 10 or something. But they never officially localized Investigations 2 until now, so there was a fan translation, and I was actually one of the translation team on said fan translation. I was actually the head of the translation team for pretty much the whole project. So I don't want to go into too much detail, but like I'll just say the TLDR on how this happened was that back on the Serenade's Forest forums, I was translating bits of Fire Emblem 12, New Mystery of the Emblem, which also didn't get officially localized, just on a whim, and one day I decided to translate the Ace Attorney Investigations 2 demo in a forum thread on Serenade's Forest of all places. So then I learned that this game was not getting localized, so I decided to translate all of Case 1 myself. I have a link in the description to the full original translation thread of mine. It's very cringe, I mistranslated almost everything, but it's there as a piece of history if you want to see it and compare it to the official localization. But, after I finished this, like the translation of Case 1, I was aware that people were actually working on a fan translation patch for the game, and I found their forum just as they discovered me. I joined, and the rest is history. Now, I'm not going to say that I was like, there were way more people besides me on the fan translation. Some of the names that I remember are Tanaka Hoji, N Forza, even Bad Player. He was a pretty big, name in the Ace Attorney community back in the day. He made a lot of fan trials. Yeah, he was involved too. It was also just the literal translation that I handled. We had a separate localization team that went in and cleaned up our text, made the pop culture references a little bit more appropriate to English audiences, and, you know, fixed up some of that kind of stuff. So not all of my dialogue, basically made it into the game. Some of it did, though. Like, I'm actually surprised. A few of my full-on original wordings did make it into the final game, and I will definitely point out which lines those were, because, Case 1 is pretty much my baby. It was me and Tanaka Hoji who did most of Case 1, which I will do here via, I probably should do New Game to start out Case 1. But yeah, Since I essentially translated Case 1 like 3 times, first on the Serenades Forest forums, then as part of the fan translation, which already had parts of it done, so we kind of collaborated, and then kind of again to get everything revised for the demo release of the translation patch, which included all of Case 1. But I will also say, I'm very excited for this because Case 1 is my favorite Case 1 in the whole series. And I'm not even talking about fan translation bias here. It is legitimately, like, absolutely incredible first case. So, here we go. I know that this might be weird to some people. I want to play with the HD sprites. I know the pixel art has its charm, but I'm going to go with HD. And yes, Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger, known as Turnabout Target in Japanese and in our fan translation. It's pretty much the same. But yes, someone says working on a translation sounds like an interesting experience. It really was. I have so many stories, so that's why I'm doing this stream. I want to talk about, like, my stories from from work on the fan translation. So I will say, I'm totally blind on the official localization. Obviously, I know the whole plot and the characters of this game already. I know the solutions to all the mysteries. I know all of that. I'm going to try and not spoil everything, but make sure that you are respectful of people who might not have been spoiled on this game. Wow, that plane looks weird in HD. Okay, that line's pretty much the same as I remember. I only know the new names revealed in trailers, and a couple of things I got spoiled on accidentally. So don't spoil the names, I want to react to all of the names. So that right there is the only reference to Investigations 1 in this game, basically. The odious criminals that dogged my country are no more. Oh, wow, the Hammer of Justice is still there! Yeah, wow, this dialogue is so familiar to me, holy crap. It's pretty similar to our translation. And I'm not accusing them, like, of plagiarism or anything, that just shows that we were accurate to the Japanese original. Yes, okay, that line there. Also, this coat pull is amazing. Perfection, by the way. This shot of Edgeworth, amazing, incredible. But anyway, that line there, if anyone can solve this, he can. Yeah. So, that's pretty close to my line. So that was one of my lines that made it in. My first thing is, if anyone can solve this, it's him. And that wording, one of the few lines entirely of mine that made it into the fan translation. And I'm glad to see that the official is pretty similar. So yeah, again, I'm not accusing them of, yeah, I was a bit more overt. Yeah, we were more overt calling it the smuggling ring. Yeah, but I'm not going to accuse the, you know, just let's, like, there's not going to be any hate on the official translation here. But like, yeah. So, I just want to mention, if anything is similar, that just goes to show that we were both accurate to the Japanese source. Because obviously we were, you know, oh, actually, so here's actually a funny thing about this. I'm going to go into history for a moment. So, fun piece of trivia. So, see this March 25th, so-and-so PM? This right here actually has a bit of a different format in Japanese, though it won't, you know, actually, it'll make more sense when we see the next timestamp. Sorry, I'm pretty excited for this, as you can tell. So yeah, the first case in this game is an attempted assassination, which is kind of an interesting way to start the game. But yeah, so this is Edgeworth's introduction. Miles Edgeworth, obviously he is an existing character, so we in the fan translation didn't have to come up with a name for him, he already had one. In Japanese, his name is Mitsurugi Reigi. Mitsurugi, the Tsurugi means sword, that's where the edge in Edgeworth comes from. It's a very samurai-sounding name. So, that was probably, that was probably the thing they wanted to preserve. I don't know exactly where Miles comes from, but I like Miles. This version of Gumshoe's theme is amazing. And then this is Dick Gumshoe. So, Gumshoe is also a recurring character, so we didn't need to come up with a new name for him. His Japanese name is actually a little weird. It's Keisuke Itonoko Giri. His surname in Japanese is so long that most characters refer to him as by an abbreviation. I think they just call him Itonoko. I'm not actually sure what the pun on his Japanese name is, but in English, the pun on his name is pretty obvious. I've always liked this name. Gumshoe, if you like Gumshoe, here's a bit of sad news for you. Gumshoe's not actually in this game very much. But I kind of like that. Different characters need time in the spotlight. In fact, random trivia, Gumshoe is this is the only game, this was, at the time, the only game in the series where Gumshoe never testified. Yeah, I'd love to see Gumshoe after the time skip in Dual Destinies. Like, why hasn't he appeared yet? Oh, hi Thought Bubble, yeah, hi Thought Bubble, yeah. Glad you're along for the ride to hear my stories about the fan translation. Okay, now here's something interesting about Gumshoe. So, here's the first case where I'll talk about, like, adapting character tics. So, in Japanese, Gumshoe kind of slurs the end of his sentences. So, like, instead of, like, taiho suru for you're under arrest, he'll say taiho su. In English, they adapted that by having him call people pal at the end of his sentences. And I do like that. It fits the kind of hard-boiled detective theme. But one of the first corrections that I got when I started working with the fan translation, that I just kind of took for granted playing the official games, is that Gumshoe doesn't call Edgeworth pal. He calls Edgeworth sir. And that makes sense, like, there's a work hierarchy there, and Gumshoe respects him a lot. But it was something that I had to, because in my early translation, I had Gumshoe calling Edgeworth pal all the time, and other people on the team had to correct me on that. Ruffles. Okay, yeah. I am looking forward to this character, but we're not going to truly meet them yet. However, you might notice that they are Southern. I'll explain the reason for that later. Now, I believe that no, that's later. At one point in the Japanese script, Edgeworth literally says no commento in, like, English. Oh yeah, and she's still calling Mr. Prosecutor just like in our translation and in the Japanese. That's cool, I remember that. Yeah, I don't know if Gumshoe's is meant to be a particular accent. I know that that girl is meant to have an accent. I don't think Gumshoe is. Yeah, I highly doubt Edgeworth would accept being called pal. However, we're about to, I think, be introduced to to the first new character in this game that we had to come up with a name for. Kind of. I'll say kind of, because, yeah. Here we go. So, Zhengfar is a very China-coded fictional country that appeared in Investigations 1. And that's really all you need to know. It's a fictional country, and that's basically it. Now, what's really cool about this here, though, so see this paper right here? We had to make our own graphic for this in English, because this is all in Japanese, in the Japanese version, and obviously the headline is plot relevant, and it's evidence too, so we needed to translate this, and so in the fan translation, we basically had a whole graphics department. Wow, looking at that, it looks like there's even full-on, like, the English text in HD is actually vaguely readable. That's really cool. But yeah, so, like, I have to applaud that in our fan translation, we had a full team dedicated to making new graphics. But anyway, this guy's name, Dijun Wang. So, in our translation, he's called Dijun Huang, and the only reason we did that was because we thought that people wouldn't take him seriously if his name was Wang. But I think it's pronounced like Wang or Wong. So, we didn't need to get creative for this name, because the Zhengfar characters already had an established localization scheme in Investigations 1, and all it is they took the Japanese kanji in their names and gave them the Chinese reading. This guy's name kind of means like Emperor something King. The King part is important, and you'll see why later. It's a chess metaphor. So there we go, that's our first piece of evidence. Now, this is another thing that I want to mention as well, is that all the descriptions of the evidence, which are vital to solving puzzles in this game, they're actually stored really separately from everything else in the script. One of the first things we did in the fan translation was actually sort out the script files and, like, label them all, because most of the case scripts were in order, but the descriptions for all the evidence and all the logic, which you'll see later, all of them were at the very end of the script files. So we had to have both scripts open to kind of cross-reference them, because obviously you need to translate the evidence descriptions correctly, because the mysteries rely on them. Fun fact, in cut content, yes, this game has cut content, but only for case 1, weirdly. In cut content, the rain was going to be a more important part of the mystery, but it's irrelevant in the final version. Apparently, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so if there wasn't the localization, yeah, Leon Kingsley or something could work. He's definitely very, yeah, it's very Lion King themed. And yeah, Gumshoe just showed up and said, I hope it's actually okay if, I'm not reading out the character text, like, but it might make this a little hard to follow if you're just listening, but I want to focus more on my behind-the-scenes fan translation stuff. I'm also not really a good voice actor or anything, so I can't really voice these characters right in the middle of my day off. Of course, Gumshoe. Gumshoe can't ever have a day off in peace. Oh, yeah. So, this right here is also very interesting. This term Chief Prosecutor, in Japanese, this term is like, okay, so there was a Chief Prosecutor mentioned in Ace Attorney 1, not Investigations 1, Phoenix Wright 1. There were, yeah, and it wasn't translated consistently, because the Chief Prosecutor in Phoenix Wright 1 is different to the job title they're mentioning here. But hopefully it all makes sense to you. I'll basically just say, this is not Lana Skye. It is pretty clear in Japanese that it's not Lana Skye, and, yeah, that's just something that you need to know for this. I mean, you know, for reasons, there's a reason Lana Skye would not be Chief Prosecutor anymore either, but, yeah. Play Ace Attorney 1 if you want to find out about that. Okay, this is important dialogue. They cordoned off the whole park, nobody in or out since the assassination. So that means our suspect is still among us. That was not meant to be an Among Us reference. Yeah, I agree, Gentleman Jolt, but to say any more would probably be spoilers. Also, I love the investigation music in this game. I love all the music in this game. And that is our first logic. Again, the text for these was stored way ahead in the script files. Yeah, I'm actually really glad that no Ace Attorney games came out while Among Us was popular, because you'd know they'd make a bajillion Among Us references if it was. Securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. Yeah, see those very intimidating looking people. Also, there's a guy who's taking so many photos of this. He really likes taking photos of the podium. But yeah, here's our tutorial on walking around and investigating. I don't think they let you examine anything else right now. So I might as well cut to the chase. Hi, Ginny C. Oh yeah, they actually did put Edgeworth in Among Us as a costume in celebration of this game. I do kind of like how Among Us is like, you know, like, it's basically like like a murder mystery that you create yourself. Okay, bodyguard. 2 other senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This is our first rodeo. Okay, that's a good translation. I don't think we actually used this as our first rodeo, but that's a good line. President's security detail was on tight watch for anything. And there you are. Again? Bystanders. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting terms in Japanese for, like, people vaguely connected to a case but not actually suspects. Yeah, I learned so much crime lingo from doing this fan translation. I have the kanji for, like, murder, detective, suspect, witness, cross-examination, investigation, in evidence. I have all of that kanji memorized now. Oh yeah, I do kind of like how they justify the tutorial by, having you explain it to, this lady. Yeah, I agree, it is weird seeing an Ace Attorney character walk. So, like, you actually physically move around the crime scenes to examine things in the investigations duology. So, Logic Master. Yes, Phoenix's power is like a magic lie detector. Apollo can see people's tells. Athena has super hearing. Ryunosuke has, like, a jury, I guess. And then Edgeworth just has logic. That's Edgeworth's superpower. Yeah, the logic theme is the same as the first game, but yeah. Right now, we have to connect these two. And this is actually a new interface. I like that they're puzzle pieces. Also, if you fail at doing a logic connection, you lose a little bit of your health meter, but, what's interesting is that in the Japanese version, not in the Japanese version, okay, so in Investigations 1, every single possible situation where you could get a game over, has its own unique dialogue. But in Investigations 2, they're all generic. I don't know if they added new game overs for the official localization, because I know that in the fan translation, we just kept them all generic, because, yeah. Premeditated, there we go, that's good. I don't even know if did we use the term premeditated? If we didn't, we should have. But yeah, so basically, Edgeworth, the obvious logic here is that tight security plus somebody shot the president means that they're clearly a professional. Yes, his superpower is common sense, exactly. Wind out further from the truth, yes. The truth meter. Oh, I love that beginning investigation. Oh, we had to make our own graphic for that from scratch, by the way. Yeah, because that's in kanji in the Japanese version. Also, I like this investigation theme a lot. Yeah, so you can speak to your partner character with, like, the X button. It's usually not necessary to do that. Let me see. This is an obvious thing to examine. No. How dare they? Popular TV show. Yes, it's popular with everyone, including adults. There's nothing weird about me liking this show whatsoever. Yeah, for those who don't know, Edgeworth is a massive closeted fan of the Steel Samurai show. Yeah, here we go. All young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone. I mean, I legitimately love shows in real life that are like that. But yeah, it's funny. Yeah, so this right here, we're about to see a line, we're about to see a line here that was very weird to localize, but I'm curious to see how they did localize this. Oh, apparently Lady Virgilia's here. Hi. Yeah, here we go. What better hero to represent our nation? This is pretty much literally in the Japanese, but, like, you know, it makes more sense when the country is Japan and not Japanifornia. But at this point, we kept this line. We didn't try to localize this because we were like, yeah, we embrace the fact that it's a weird mishmash of Japan and the US now. So yeah, let's embrace the Japanifornia meme and still say, yeah, Steel Samurai totally appropriate to California. So I'm glad the official localization thought the same. Yeah, Edgeworth being a Toku fan is pretty cool. So, if you investigate just random areas, sometimes you get some fun dialogue. Roses and lilies. I forget this conversation. There are definitely some optional investigation dialogues I do remember. But I feel like this one's a little different in the Japanese script. Nothing of interest here. Yeah, no clues here, I believe, is what we used. That's just the generic thing. Is there anything to say about the Sakura? Nope, nothing to say about the Sakura. However... what villainy could have befallen him? Yes, this is now personal for Edgeworth, because somebody didn't just try and assassinate the president, they assassinated the Steel Samurai balloon. But yeah, this is the important part. The balloon got hit by a bullet, and thus Edgeworth is now pissed off. Cold-blooded samurai murder. Yeah, this is pretty much similar to the Japanese. Oh, I must investigate every nook and cranny is gone now. That's kind of a shame. That was always an iconic line from the originals. Sacrilege. Oh, yeah, thank you, localizers, for that. And we get that in evidence, too. Started floating out right, lakeside stage, but has since been popped. Now, the other really conspicuous thing is this flag. Blazing Red Phoenix. Are they going to make the reference we did? Oh, no, they're not. Not yet, at least. There's a fun reference we were able to make that wasn't actually in the Japanese version, but we added it in because it fit. Yes, spot the difference. One of these things is not like the others. And of course, Gumshoe doesn't know what it is because he's the lovable, dumb detective. You can lead a horse to it. That was definitely not in our fan translation, but that's good. That's a good line. Just have to, yeah. So sometimes you have to highlight certain spots in the crime scene to point them out, and in this case, it would be the fact that this flag has a hole in it. Take that! Yeah, so that's our first voice clip. Edgeworth's voice clips were all reused from the original Phoenix Wright game, so we didn't need to do anything there. There are some new character voice lines that we had to get voice actors for. As a bit of a heads up, ProZD was in our fan translation. He played Edgeworth's dad. So that's a pretty big role, and that was kind of before he made it big. I kind of spoiled something for later, sorry about that, but anyway. It's not relevant yet, though. So, burn marks around the edges of this hole. Yep, rip nooks and crannies. So, we have a flag pierced by a bullet and a balloon pierced by a bullet. But first, though, I kind of want to show, okay. Suzuzumi. Okay, they removed some stuff in Japanese too. Yeah, that actually is kind of an interesting thing because I've heard that in, like, there are a lot of, like, games where people think, oh, this must be a localization change or censorship, but actually they changed it in Japanese too. That happens more often than you'd think. For example, like, there's a thing in Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon. Shadow Dragon removes the slave market from that was originally in the Arcanea games. That was removed in the Japanese version too. That was not localization censorship. Anyway. Oh yeah, idioms like lead a horse to water. Don't worry, I have a lot of stories about those. We'll be seeing some of those later. Yeah, we just said something like, didn't that sound a little out of line? Oh no, salary review, the one time Gumshoe dread. Well, Gumshoe dreads every time of the year, but he especially dreads salary review. Pro speech tips, number 3. Speak slowly and confidently to win your audience around. Yeah, this was in the Japanese script too, I remember this. Yeah, he's taking photos of all of the president's speech notes. Now, oh, okay, we can examine this. I'm gonna try and examine all of the optional things just because. Yeah, idiomatic translation is pretty fun. Again, I have a lot of stories about this. I forget exactly where it comes up. There's a line of something like chanting Buddhist sutras to a horse. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this thing about balloon letters was in the Japanese script too, but I think this is actually very much a Japanese cultural thing, so I'm surprised it made it into the official localization. Probably because it's explained here. You write a letter, you tie it to a balloon, send it floating off. Did anybody write back? Nope. Also because the joke works in both languages, Gumshoe has no friends. Oh, and also that. Yeah. Yeah, the balloon letter thing, I think, is the, I think it's what the D-Link items are based on in Kingdom Hearts, Birth by Sleep. Yeah, Edgeworth is terrifying. Edgeworth is scared of earthquakes. He has a good reason to. Play the first game to find that out. Thankfully, they don't spoil, I do love how the Ace Attorney games don't spoil any of the earlier games. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, I think, is that everything? Or, no, I mean, I guess I can talk to Gumshoe. The partner dialogues aren't really that interesting, though, I feel. So, I don't think I'm going to be showing many of the partner character dialogues. I probably should, but I'm guessing people want me to, you know, show more of the actual plot. Yeah, this right here. So this is actually optional, but yeah, that is indeed who you think it is if you've played Ace Attorney 1. So there is a reason why this lady speaks in a southern accent. It is a plot point that she needs to have the same accent as Lotta Hart from the first game, which was localized as southern. But again, I'll talk about her later. For now, I believe we need to logic something. Yeah. Popped balloon, flag with bullet hole. Seems like these might be connected. Oh, Adrian in Wonderland, you're studying to get a bachelor's in translation. You're from Mexico, so you work with English and Spanish. Yeah, I did a master's in translation at university. I did it while I was doing the fan translation, so that's kind of part of why. This was almost part of my studies. Yeah, so it's possible that these two, because of the close proximity of the flag and the pop balloon, it's very possible these could have been pierced by the same bullet. Normally you get a health refill after investigations of like 50%, but I didn't take any damage there. Oh man, I remember that line. Yeah, so this right here, this is one of my favorite scenes, so I probably remember a lot of the dialogue from it, because it's your introduction to something really cool. Also, I don't know why, but I really like this song. This is this game's, like, Happy Witness theme, and it's a really nice song. Rubbernecker. Don't think we use that. Ultimate Shadow, you didn't miss a whole lot. You just missed the first investigation segment. Yeah, if she's still in the park, she was probably there for the speech since everything was cordoned off. Ruffles is because of his cravat, by the way. So, fun fact about our fan translation. See this woman's jacket? All of the text on it, they're references to things earlier in the series. We actually had to, like, re-sprite this character just to translate the text on her jacket. Whoever did that deserves massive, massive praise. I'm not sure who did that, but, they're amazing. And okay, yep, this is our first new name that I'm not familiar with. So, Tabby Lloyd, the pun here is pretty obvious. So in Japanese, her name was Mikiko Hayami, and this is a pun on Hayamimi, which literally means fast ears, but it's an expression meaning like the first to hear gossip. So, fitting for a nosy journalist. Our name for her was Nicole Swift, and I know where the Swift comes from, but, I don't know where Nicole comes from. So, a lot of the names, I should mention, a lot of our fan names, oh yeah, Goyu is the Japanese name. They must have missed that reference, actually, because it's iFly in Japanese. But anyway, what I was saying is so, okay. Anyway, so, most of the names were decided before I joined, so I don't actually know where Nicole Swift comes from. Like, the Swift's obvious, but I don't know where the Nicole part comes from. Okay, a pretty good line's coming up. Oh, the iFly logo was changed because it's too close to a real-life airline, and it got changed in the remaster of Investigations 1 too. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's good. Right, good to know. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, she asked. Yeah, this was definitely our fan translation as well. She asked in Japanese where he bought the cravat. Yeah, I don't know why she has the bear trap either. That's never explained. Yeah, they changed iFly back to Goyu for copyright reasons. Yeah, that is interesting. Fresh out of moves here, huh? Yeah, that was a chess pun in the original too, so they preserved that. So basically, like, okay, so now that I'll mention this, so, Tabby Lloyd speaks in a southern accent in the localization, because Lotta did. In Japanese, they both have very heavy Kansai accents, and Kansai is a Japanese accent that's localized to kind of the Osaka region, and it kind of has similar stereotypes to the Southern American accent, which is probably why they went with that for Lotta. But yeah, so basically just Southern. That was really but it was fun trying to adapt this lady's dialogue to Southern in my fan translation efforts. Yeah, I think at some point in the Japanese version, Gumshoe says he prefers shogi to chess, which surprises me because I tried playing shogi in Yakuza Like a Dragon, and I was horrible at it, despite being pretty okay at chess. It's actually not Jean and Mozu's accent in Fire Emblem. I think they have a Tohoku accent. According to the wiki, Nicole is a French name. Okay, I don't think that actually fits her Japanese name, though. Anyway, that's just my opinion. Yeah, Johto takes inspiration from the Kansai region. That's why Whitney, there's a lot of dialogue in Pokemon Gen 2 that doesn't make a lot of sense in English, because Whitney is meant to have a Kansai accent, and they didn't adapt that in the localization. That's Whitney from Pokemon, by the way. But anyway, here is this game's big new mechanic. Analyze the state of play, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, there you go. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. I'm not good at southern accents, but anyway. Yeah. If only this game had full voice acting, and they could get Ashley Ball, Applejack's voice actress, for Tabby Lloyd, that'd be amazing. So I can't afford to try a patient by taking too long to plot my next move. So there is actually a real-time time limit here. But only during dialogue selections. The time pauses when there's actual, like, main dialogue going on. Can't afford to waste words either. Yeah, Kansai usually gets translated as either Southern or New York. It's pretty funny when they do it to something else, though. Like, it reminds me, there's a story from, like I think Overly Sarcastic Productions mentioned that she once read, like, a British translated Greek play where they translated Spartan accents as Scottish. Chess, exactly. If you're fixing to ask me something, well, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know, Southern American accents are fun, but I don't think I'm good at them. Yeah, biding my time. Rip wait and see. In our translation, it was wait and see. This is always an option for most choices, and sometimes it's the correct one, so make sure you pay attention to that. In general, you don't want to really go... You'll see. This is I don't know. It's all basic conversation etiquette and psychology, this mechanic, really. It'll make sense once you see it. So our first topic here is what it is that she does. Time to take my open... Oh, that's cool. Mind chess. Oh, it's not commence. We said begin. Okay. In our version, it was begin. Also was logic chess, which is what it is in Japanese. I could totally not do that. So she's pretty agitated here. I think here we have to bide our time. I don't 100% remember the solutions to these, but we'll see. Usually with Mind Chess, the main goal is to just bait your opponent into saying something that they shouldn't know. So here, for example, Edgeworth is doing flattery. It will be once I bag my first big scoop, huh? This is where we have to pounce. Now, obviously, this is a little easier in the localization where her name is a pun on being a journalist, so, yeah. Okay, I think that's actually real journalist slang, which we didn't use, so that's impressive. I mean, I'd assume it's real journalist slang. So yeah, that one was pretty easy, but like, yeah, these get a little more involved later on. I mean, I don't know, it might be obvious that she's a journalist. I mean, it's pretty clear from the way she acts, even without the name. Surfer Bro and Valor Girl accents from Lady Virgilia are impeccable. Yeah, I do like your Valor Girl accent. So now it's the mid-game. So now, we actually have multiple different lines of questioning. I wonder if that was the ladies first I insist part of our fan translation. Like, that wasn't utterly literal, but yeah. Yeah, we don't have a clue to proceed through this branch of the conversation, so we'll have to explore the other dialogue tree first. Yeah, so right here, her main tell is you don't want to press her when she's angry. Yeah, that's sort of true. Although... that's new. Double dang. But yeah, this is true. Yeah, I will say Edgeworth's, Edgeworth, some of his portraits in HD with his eyes do look a little Uncanny Valley to me. But I'm used to the old sprites, so that's probably why. And so with this time, we need to go to the first line of questioning. I've already seen this. You can skip through the dialogue you've already seen. But here, time to deploy my clue. And now we have a knight chess piece. But I mean, this is logical. It makes sense you'd have some written record or something like that. I do have the pre-order bonus. I haven't actually entered the code yet, but I have it. Tell young lady you as many times as I like. Yeah, sometimes there are just obvious. Also, I should mention that if you select the wrong option, there's no unique dialogue. It's just a generic failure thing that's, I think, generic for everyone. Haven't you realized? I've got you cornered was what we used, and it's probably not that anymore, but that's kind of a meme among people who played this game. I should mention, there are some instances where saying bide my time will penalize you. So it's not always a safe option. Yeah, you'll notice that her weakness very much seems to be flattery at this point. Because right here, we actually have two options, but this one's a little more pertinent. Okay, so some of the dialogue tree questions are worded a bit. They do have more space in this version, I believe. And finger point. Yeah, that's why she has the trap, by the way, just so they can do a funny animation. I believe in Japanese she actually says scoopu. So, yeah. Checkmates. There we go. And that also heals you, I believe, usually. Hi, Makoto Kurusu. Uh-oh. You played me like a damn fiddle! Oh yeah, so in Japanese, she says she asks you to be her second mentor. But yeah, Chief's a good way to describe it, especially when it comes to like a journalist agency. Though it does imply a bit of a hierarchy between the two, like professionally, which I guess the Japanese implied too, thinking about it. So no, I do like Chief here. Yeah, oh, second parent. Yeah, we use second home here. But second parent I think is funnier. Yeah, we probably have to play along here. I think not. Oh, you're no fun anymore. Yes, his dialogue tag is simply Wang now. Make of that what you will. So yeah, this right here, this is all the same speech we heard in the intro, but it's nice to have access to it again. Trying to shake off the reports of declining popularity, huh? Interesting. Yeah, live commentary, that's cool. Okay, this is another reference to the first game, but again, it's not really a real thing that reveals anything. But what I'll also say here is that, in Japanese, it's probably a little more obvious that these are different people, like different voices to what you've heard before. Because one of the things I love about Japanese when it comes to like written text is that you can instantly tell what kind of character a person has just by the way they talk. And these voices here, I remember, were very clearly in old man speech. So they definitely weren't Tabby. Yeah, two old guys standing in front of me. I believe you use, like, Oji-san, the term in the Japanese version. Literally uncle, but you use it to refer to any middle-aged man who you don't know. Yeah, they were whispering. I think the whispering's a little more obvious in the Japanese dialogue, but yeah. But Edgeworth knows their voices from somewhere. Also, yes, I agree, Jude Lovelace, that she's editorializing over the literal master recording. She is implied to be a fairly new journalist, and she's very overeager. Oh yeah, okay, this is interesting. So in our version, this was 2 lines. This had to be in 2 separate lines. The president thrusts his fist to the air, and then the excitement reaches a fever pitch. So this version obviously has more space for text. Also, it's on 2 lines here. One of the things in our fan translation, one of the first hurdles we had to overcome was hacking the game to allow 3 lines per text box. Because in Japanese, it was always 2 lines, but you can say a lot more in Japanese in 2 lines than you can in 2 lines of English. But now that the HD collection is widescreen, they have a lot more space for text, so it's back to 2 lines. Oh yeah, I'll go on more about Old Man speech and Yakuza speech, and there are some very interesting speech styles later in this game. But the most important part about that is there were 2 shots heard there. But yeah, like, it actually took a while to hack the game to allow it to display 3 lines. There's also the magic words that everyone in the localization industry knows. Variable width font. Because in Japanese, every character takes up the same space, but in English, like, a W, for example, is wider than a T, so in that 2 shots fired, so you also need to do some pretty major, like there's a lot of, like, actual logistical coding issues in localization, too. I wasn't involved in any of that part, but we had some very talented hackers on our team. Aha, here is the, thinking theme. Talking about getting over hurdles when a character called Lloyd is speaking. I do agree, it does make me think of Lloyd from, you know. So yeah, if there were 2 shots... Yeah, we now know the direction the flag was blowing, which means the second shot might have been like this. Because if there's only 2 shots, then the flag and the balloon would have been the same bullet, or it's at least a lot more likely the same bullet. So from here, we basically trace the trajectory of the shot, so that goes that way, and this goes this way, which would mean the shooter would need to be somewhere around here. Take that! Oh wait, no. Actually, that was a fail, okay. Oh, I think it's on the... No, yeah. It is at least nice in the failure dialogues. I'll talk more about this in cross-examinations, but some of the failure dialogues are really funny, and we had to translate a lot of these too. Yeah, every one of these does have unique failure dialogue as well, so, that was something else. Thankfully, they're also stored in the same place as the rest of the, scripts. Bradley Harris, you're probably not the only one to get Danganronpa vibes. I think they actually want you to present here. Take that! There we go. If the health bar goes away, it means you got it right. And now we have that. Also, here's something kind of interesting about Edgeworth. He always writes things down in his organizer instead of literally picking up the evidence. So weirdly, oh, actually, no, it's easier to explain that when another character joins. But, like, Phoenix does more, like, illegal stuff on crime scenes than Edgeworth does, technically. Yeah, Gumshoe's fawning admiration hurts worse than any roasting. Letting Gumshoe down is always the worst feeling in the world. Yeah. Be quick, but also make sure nobody stomps on any evidence. But anyway, yeah, what I was saying about earlier Danganronpa, I'm not a big Danganronpa fan, but most fans of Ace Attorney are also fans of Danganronpa and vice versa. Oh yeah, I believe this was actually, so this dialogue was the same in Japanese, but like, it fits with the southern accent even more, because it makes it sound like she's cow herding. Although maybe that's also a stereotype, I don't know the exact Osakan stereotypes. I do know that, like, she says Han instead of San in the Japanese script, and she uses uchi as a pronoun, which is a very Kansai pronoun. Yes, Japanese pronouns are insane. There's so many of them, and they say a lot about a person's character. So that was something, because you can't really translate that either, because, like, you know, English pronouns usually only refer to gender, whereas in Japanese they refer to gender and social status and personality and a whole bunch of things. Apparently the uchi pronoun is catching on with the younger generation outside of Kansai these days. Phoenix and Edgeworth do work together. Sadly, not in this game, though. In the original trilogy, they do sometimes. And so we have our second investigation area. However, I like how that sign literally just says left and right. I don't think that was even legible in the original DS version. Oh, no, I will definitely play Umineko one day. I'm sure I really like it. Allow me to pay for the clean. I don't know if this was the case in there. But yes, there's a cameo here. Oh no, yeah, don't spoil Trials and Tribulations. Don't worry, this game will not spoil any of Trials and Tribulations. So yeah, you flip the jacket around, no more dirt, except you get the dirt on your inside clothes. Yeah. You'd stain your undershirt pretty badly if you did that, but she probably doesn't care. Also, Gourd Lake is this was an area from Ace Attorney 1, so we didn't need to come up with a translation here, but Gourd Lake is literally what it is in Japanese. It just refers to gourd, the vegetable. So, let's talk to our cameo. Hello there. I'm actually not... I'm examining the trash can now. Whoops. Yep, let's ignore Winston Payne. Sorry. I'm not used to controlling Edgeworth on a Switch stick. So, yeah. Of course. And for some reason, we're back to Gumshoe's old theme here. I don't know why they don't just use his new theme for everything. Maybe this is just the theme for Gumshoe doing menial tasks. Yeah, the only spoilers, the Lightbox, in Ace Attorney games from previous games, are the fact that, like, characters who were defendants in past games show up as, like, free in later games, which implies they weren't guilty. That's the only spoiler. I think in Japanese he said that it was a winning popsicle stick, which I love because, back in the day, I used to collect popsicle sticks that had, you know, competitions on them. Yeah. 1 in 6 wins was a thing of, like, you'd buy ice blocks, or as we call them, but popsicles in the US, and 1 in 6 would have a red circle on it that would get you a free one. Oh, I remember this. This is our first 3D investigation, isn't it? Yeah, the diagonal controls are a bit weird in this version. Pipe! I don't think that was legible in the DS version. So everything being in HD kind of changes things. Yeah, so I believe this was on the touchscreen in the original, but you can just use the D-pad and stuff too. So, okay, we use the right stick to rotate, yeah. Okay. Just getting used to this. Doesn't actually let us examine anything on this side, though. Just the pipe. Yeah, in Australia, we call it ice blocks. Okay, so, right here, this right here, again, we had to make a new graphic for this, because this was all in Japanese. All of these notes. Lead Rook, second Knights. Oh, I like seconds. I believe it was sub-commander in the Japanese script, and I think we kept that. Or lieutenant. I think we used lieutenant or lieutenant in our script. But second is good. I like second. Yeah, less cover of a lakeside now. Eyes on this area. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. That's relevant, maybe. Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. Stay frosty. We know who might be in the audience. We know who? Again, that's probably relevant too. And yeah, the pipe does look similar to something on her parka. Oh, we use Lieutenant. Thank you, Everett Towers. Sorry. It's been over a decade since I did the fan translation, so yeah. So, Rook and Knights. I wonder if they're going totally literal with these names, because I don't know the official names of these characters. Don't spoil me, please. I don't actually know, like, how we did this. Like, I'm sure that hacking, like, this graphic in to replace the Japanese graphic wasn't hard, but it was just making the new graphic from scratch that was the problem. Yeah, so right here, the fact their names are not Zhengfa names is relevant. So it turns out the president used a private security firm locally, not Zhengfa people. Tabby Lloyd exclusive. And I guess now that we're kind of friends with her, she's going to give us this info for free. Huh. I think in Japanese, I think we were more vague with this. I think in our version we just said that his popularity rating is low. But this is a little more explicit, that he's unable to trust his own law enforcement. Huh. But yeah, especially since they say we know who will be in attendance. Yeah, classified document, just in the trash randomly. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not Chinese, so if anybody knows, like, has a better, like, knows how do you pronounce that country name correctly, please tell me. Well, that was important. Why was that not the first thing you noticed? Yeah, I think in Japanese he just says a gun, and I kind of wish they kept that because it was funny. Like, I am very surprised that that was not the first, like, they found the document first. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, there's also a revolver in here with a scope. Yeah, maybe you should have noticed that first. Just saying. Yeah, exactly. So, well, actually, it's not just a scope, it's also a laser sight. I believe if you examine the handle, there's some dialogue here. A grip. I've held a few guns in my time. Play Ace Attorney 1 if you want to know about that. Seriously, play Ace Attorney 1, definitely. It's good. They're all good. I love the fact that the games don't spoil each other, because you can enjoy them in any order. But play all the Ace Attorney games. This is a fantastic series. This, I will say, like, Ace Attorney, like, some of the best murder mysteries I've ever, like, experienced in my life. They're better than most murder mysteries on TV. So, like, Zhengfa? Okay. Interesting. Oh, I remember this. Definitely a red laser. Didn't he say p or something in Japanese? I kind of wish they kept that. Wait, no, I think that happens later. Somebody says that. I know somebody says that at some point. So laser sight is now logic. This is a laser sight. Dear God, there's more. No. Specifically play Ace Attorney 1 so you can get to Ace Attorney... Yeah, indeed. I would say my top 2 Ace Attorney games are this and Ace Attorney 3, Trials and Tribulations. So, yeah, 2 spent bullets. This would match up with what we know. I mean, that doesn't necessarily prove that it was the gun used, though. But, I mean, it's kinda... It would match up. Oh, right, yeah. I'm sure this was a Japanese expression. I know it was, but I've forgotten what it exactly was and how we handled it. Again, it has been over 10 years. Zung rhymes with the English word hung. Okay. Zung, like zung? Okay. Oh, yeah, that's definitely important. Get this check for prints. Yeah, they have to expedite things for the sake of the game. Normally, this would not take that quick. Ultra super high priority, yes. The 1 second forensic examination. Came up empty. Remember this, by the way. They took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them. Yeah, if we're dealing with a professional, they probably would not leave easy fingerprints. Anyway, what I was actually trying to do the first time was talk to Mr. Payne over here, who, by the way, doesn't actually get named. Who is he again? There is a running joke in the investigations games that Edgeworth has no clue who Winston Payne is. Oh, but he does introduce himself. And yes, this reaction of, what, he's a prosecutor, was in the Japanese script too, I remember. So yeah, this guy is a character from Ace Attorney 1, so we didn't have to come up with a name for him. I love the localized name for him, though. His Japanese name is Aochi, which you'll know if you've played Great Ace Attorney, because it has his ancestor in it. Aochi. Yes, indeed, it is a pun on ouch in Japanese. So Winston Payne was perfect. So also, fun fact, this guy has a bunch of cut dialogue. It's not relevant to the plot, but it's something. But yeah, so this, I believe, was a little bit more obvious in Japanese, when Winston Payne has a very distinctive screechy old man sound, and you can very much see that in the way he speaks, in like the types of kana he uses. But yeah, that's why Edgeworth said I recognize one of the voices. So Chief Prosecutor, he's a busy man, so it's not Lana. And they let him out through the cordon, but what if he was the shooter? Like that, hang on. I guess, you know, authority. Yep, he didn't even show up after summoning Edgeworth, so yeah. Can't examine the little flag, unfortunately. I believe there's some pretty fun dialogue if you talk to Lloyd here. Oh, also, we have truly the greatest thing ever, presenting the Attorney's Badge to everybody. You're not a real Ace Attorney fan if you don't do this. Yeah, that might actually be where he says, no commenter. Also, is Legal Eagle a reference to, like, the actual lawyer who reacted to Ace Attorney? If it is, that's cool. Hang on, I wanna... No, not autoplay. I wanna, yeah, check that. But, I believe she does have some unique reactions to presenting a couple of things. Here you go. Gumshoe, stop being an information leak! Gumshoe's like, yes, indeed, I know all about Mr. Edgeworth's Steel Samurai fanfiction, and then Edgeworth is like, okay, this interview ends right now. Don't you dare tell her about my Steel Samurai fanfiction. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is her generic line. Does she have a reaction to the gun? Nope, she doesn't react to the gun. Okay. I'm just gonna try a couple of these and see if she doesn't know. I'm guessing she doesn't react to any of these, but it's always fun to try. They're in the collection. Oh no, she actually does know about this thing. Okay. In the collection, there are sometimes like achievements for oh, legal equals a pre-existing phrase. I mean, I knew that. I just didn't realize that. I was just thinking I wouldn't put it past the official localization to reference that channel. But anyway, there are some achievements for, like, presenting weird evidence to certain people and getting some optional dialogues. I figured he was gonna get shot, it was only a matter of when, okay. Okay, yeah. I believe pretty much everybody you can talk to, you can ask about the incident. Sometimes you do have to talk to people, but yes, indeed, that has a ring to it. It's almost like you were specifically named so you would do this job. I think in Japanese, she even says, like, ru poruta, which is really weird because, like, wouldn't it be re poruta? I think it's like ru in Japanese, which is funny. Yeah, so she's still pretty new. Yeah, she uses Mentor and Chief interchangeably, I guess. Huh, we always use Mentor. Edgeworth probably has an entire hard drive of Steel Samurai fanfiction. Okay, so 15 minutes until the speech. We're not getting this in evidence, though, which means it's probably not relevant. And 20 minutes after the ceremony, the shot happened. I can't believe there actually is a Twitch Plays Ace Attorney. Or is there? I don't know. That feeling when your name dictates your future career. They actually kind of do funny things with that in My Little Pony. They say that some of the ponies actually change their names when they discover their talent. Because a lot of them have very on-the-nose names. Voice notes. Yeah, my parents used to have dictaphones. Does anyone here know about dictaphones? They have those adorable tiny tapes. And my parents used to make dictaphones of me talking when I was like a baby. But they also use dictaphones for their work. So, like, I loved the dictaphone when I was a kid, but they had to stop me from pulling out all the tape in the little tapes. But, like, I used to love playing with the dictaphone. Good size pinch of salt. Your mentor. Maybe this is required. Repeatedly. No, I agree. Tabby is significantly better than Lauder. This is like, it almost feels like the writers wanted to make a more likable version of Lauder, and they made Tabby. Irresponsibly as you can. Wonderful, the sleaziest scoops. Oh, that might have been a Japanese, idiom as well. I don't remember much about that conversation specifically, but, because, I think the dialogues with, I was about to say NPCs, but, yeah, you get the idea, with, the witnesses are stored a little bit separately. But anyway, we actually need to examine this guy right here. Because obviously that big fat video camera as well is going to make Tabby jealous, but also it's probably relevant. However, Everyone's better than Lotter except Old Bag. I pretty much agree. So yeah, it wouldn't be that easy. This camera got wrecked, which means we only have Tabby's tape recorder to go on. Because yeah, the footage would have made things a lot easier, but then we would have had to have an Apollo Justice Case 3 situation where you'd be examining the same video over and over and over and over and over. Ugh. Anybody who's played Apollo Justice knows my pain. And guess what? We're about to meet someone! It's a bit weird that this introduction happens by examining the cameraman, but it does. With the awesome theme music! I love her theme song so much. I like how they actually full on introduce her by name, even though, like, she hasn't officially introduced herself yet. Kay Faraday. So, I think Edgeworth's going to introduce her? Or not? I forget exactly how it happens. Anyway, Kay Faraday was a character from the first game, Investigations 1, I mean. She was actually a little controversial in Investigations 1. She is significantly better in this game. Like, if you didn't like Kay in Investigations 1, you might like Kay here, I'll just say. But yeah, her name was already decided. Her Japanese name is like something Mikumo. Mikumo literally means beautiful clouds. I don't think this is really relevant to her English name, but her English name I think refers to like keys, like the key in her hair. I don't know where Faraday comes from exactly. But yeah, she is not one of, I would say, our characters. They feel like our characters at this point. She's not one of the new characters in Investigations 2, so we didn't have to come up with a name for her. But yes, she is, here we go. Helped me out on a few occasions, a few less than she should have. This was my problem with Kay in Investigations 1. She was supposed to be the main partner character, but she only showed up in Case 3. Normally they introduce the partner in Case 2. I don't know why they didn't, but here they introduced her in Case 1, which is even better. But yeah, that actually sums it up, Jude Lovelace. Investigations 1K has the unfortunate problem of being Investigations 1K. No, being in Investigations 1, not K. K is a decent character, it's just that Investigations 1 was just an aggressively mediocre game. She's kind of the Maya parallel of this game, but she's a little different, and again, like, you'll see later on. So yeah, they didn't localize Yatagarasu, they left that in Japanese. And they're basically the Yatagarasu is basically Persona 5 before Persona 5. That's how I'll describe them. If you want to find more about the Yatagarasu, play Investigations 1. You won't really have a good time, but play it. It's not bad or anything, but like, it's definitely one of my least favorite Ace Attorney games. So yeah, so what I was saying earlier, the funny thing is, Maya actually steals more than Kay does. Because Edgeworth doesn't take evidence, he jots it down in his organizer. Kay, the literal thief, is less of a thief than Maya. Because, like, the interesting thing about Kay is she's a little younger than Maya. I think she's, like, Maya's age at the start of Ace Attorney 1, but at this point, I think, like, 3 years have passed or so. The funny thing is, Investigations 2 is actually set, like, only a few months before, Phoenix's backstory in Apollo Justice. But I think it's, like, roughly 3.5 years after Ace Attorney 1, I think, in terms of the timeline. Yes, Maya is indeed a small, medium at large, all the time, because Maya gets accused of murder constantly. And Kay and Gumshoe have this great relationship. She calls him Gummy. I believe she calls him... Oh, no, that's it. She calls him Noko-chan in Japanese. So, I don't think Kay has any really stereotypical, like, speech quirks in Japanese, other than just young girl speech. She doesn't have any major quirks, but I do remember she calls Gumshoe Noko-chan in Japanese. So Gummy is a good localization of that, but we didn't have to come up with that. That was from the first investigations, which was official. Took pictures of the whole shebang. Wow. Yeah, Maya exists. Murder accusations. I believe we said we had to call him a stick in the mud. I think stick in the mug. Wow. Please don't gossip about me behind my back. I know I do a lot of embarrassing things, but yes, don't. Look at that expression. Ooh. I don't know if there is a game where Maya appears and she isn't accused of murder. And it's the Allegro thinking theme. Pair of dang Christmas trees. That's a good line. A contradiction. Contradiction is yeah, I don't know. I was about to try to come up with something there, but I couldn't at the time. I once had a bad case of espionage. I love that line from Brom in Radiant Dawn. Maya's not in Dual Destinies, no. So, I wonder if you people in the chat have realized something here. It's actually, I don't know how obvious it is. It's probably fairly obvious. In fact, yeah, it straight up stops you at the correct spot. And this is why we have this newspaper in evidence. The general idea is that anytime you get something in evidence, you need to use it at least once. And the evidence here is the president doesn't usually have a red dot in his forehead. Oh, I talked over Eureka. Sorry. I think Eureka is just like Sokoda in Japanese. So I think that's more of a localization embellishment. You find out what the bodyguards are holding in a little bit. Don't worry. It'll be explained. I guess I can say now, though, they are bulletproof attaché cases. Birthmark? Yeah, I think we called it a mole. We called it a mole in our script. But either of those make sense. Yeah, we got some gigantic bugs around in Gord Lake. The sequel to Gordy. Yes, when you eliminate the impossible, what remains, however improbable, must be the truth. I don't think now's really the best, time for that, but still. Who are the rest of the team? You can find that in the, if you look up, what is it? Like, wherever you can find the patch, there are credits for it. I'll probably post these credits in the comments section of this video once I'm done with the stream, just so you can find. I don't know if any of the other fan translators have channels, though. Yes, exactly, Gordy bit his head. So here, I believe, yeah, here we go. Laser sight, red birthmark. Oh yeah, I need to examine the van, yeah. I have solved the mystery of the red mole. Yeah, ProZD has a channel, but he was a voice actor, not a translator or localizer on this. Yes, he was aiming for the boom headshot. Yes, that's obviously going to do more than itch. Yeah, that is true. Like, you know, anyone who's played any first-person shooter games know that you can quite easily identify snipers by the laser sights. There it is. Yeah, she's the one who says it. Now, it's more in character for her, but they kept that. That's good. And aren't, like, laser pointers, like, illegal at a lot of events because they can blind people? I think they can disrupt, like, planes, too. Yeah, it would be pretty obvious. My favorite case to translate, 3. But also, I did the final testimony of case 5. That was great too. I love that. But also I like case 1 a lot. Hi, Monodam. Yeah. Case 1 is, one of my favorite case 1s in the whole series. My least favorite case in this game is case 2. It's still alright. My favorite case is case 3, but I only did about half of case 3. We split up the work, basically. We all worked on different parts of the game at the same time for the ease of efficiency. I'll explain which parts I didn't do, but I basically me and Tanaka Hoji did all of case 1. So that's why case 1 has a special place in my heart. It might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. Yes! 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 I'm sorry, okay, sorry, nerd out, but okay. I was hoping the localization would do this! Sorry, I almost knocked off my headphones at that. Okay, so, in Japanese, the term she uses is 2 shots. Okay, and here's the thing, I originally said that in my translation, and you know why I used that in my translation? This is like 2011, like to 2013, okay? I am embarrassed to admit that when I translated this line, I didn't know what a selfie was. If I had known what a selfie was at the time, it's not like it wasn't in slang back then, it totally was. I was just really out of the loop and sheltered, I guess. If I had known what a selfie was, I would have used that term here. So I'm so glad the localization actually said selfie. Sorry, again, this is just something that you'd own, that is just like a me moment, but yeah, basically, yeah. Weird thing to pop off about, but yeah, that, I was hoping, that was like my biggest hope of the localization. Please actually say selfie here, because I'm sure that's what the Japanese term used means, so yeah. Yeah, this is literally a top 10 pictures taken before disaster. And then there's this. So this image looks the least important of the 3. Which obviously means it's the most important of the 3, by mystery logic. Yeah, so this happened when Kay got knocked over and accidentally hit the shutter. Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid. Oh, if Gumshoe's saying that, you know he's wrong. So now we have 3 photos from Kay. I still love the Kay selfie. It's great. Before, during, or after? Gee, I wonder, is there any hint of the laser sight in this picture? I don't know. Where could the laser sight possibly be? It's a mystery. It couldn't possibly be, you know, right here.
Take that!
And of course, it's right on Payne's back. Maybe they were actually trying to assassinate Winston Payne. The assassination of Winston Payne. Oh no, anyway. Monodam, you're in episode 4 of Prosecutor's Gambit? Yeah, that's a good one. To be fair, the Chainsmoker selfie song didn't come out until around 2014. I don't even know what the Chainsmoker selfie song is. Yeah, true. This is a good, the puzzles are all really simple in this case because it's the first one, but I like it. Something that I've actually, kind of realized recently, my mum got into watching Monk again lately, and all of the mysteries in Monk are very simple. You can clearly tell what evidence is important, what character, dialogue is important, but I actually think there's a beauty in that simplicity that I feel like you kind of miss in a lot of other murder mysteries these days, because, just because a mystery makes sense, if a mystery makes sense, it's a good mystery. Just because your clues are obvious doesn't mean the mystery is bad. I honestly think that yeah, if you're doing a mystery, start with one that does have more obvious clues, because you'd be surprised how much things people miss. If you've run a Dungeons & Dragons mystery adventure, trust me, you'd be surprised how many clues you think are obvious that your players will not. At all. That's why, I really want to, make an Ace Attorney fan game one day, but I'm kind of terrified because, again, you'd be surprised what hints you think are obvious that your players are just gonna miss. So, we're looking for Red Raincoat Man. Where could Red Raincoat Man be? Nah, it doesn't look like Red Raincoat Man is here. However, after the shooting, it looks like Red Raincoat Man is here. Yeah, this is the saga of Red Raincoat Man. This was my nickname for this character all throughout when I did the fan translation. It's not literally what they call him in the game, but I always called them Red Raincoat Man. The mysterious assassin Red Raincoat Man. Yeah, and this right here is basically the thing that progresses the investigation forwards, because now we have an excuse to examine the right-hand side. I do agree, Michael Valdez. Apollo Justice Case 1's also good. Unfortunately, I think Apollo Justice Case 1 is the only good case in that game. Because I don't like... Case 2's air, Case 3 is bad, and Case 4 is the worst final case, so, yeah. I mean, I like Apollo Justice as a game, I like Apollo the character, but, I honestly think Case 1 is the... Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting way to localize that. But yeah, I call them Red Raincoat Man. We must hunt down Red Raincoat Man. Yeah, to be fair, I haven't actually, played Apollo Justice in years. I think we actually changed the price on that stand to dollars as well in our graphics. But yeah, apparently examining the van does something. Of course, Gumshoe would be relegated to doing that. Oh no! Oh, Gumshoe. Oh. I think I might have. Oh. This hurts me. Gumshoe's like a puppy. I feel so bad whenever Gumshoe gets you know, dunked on, but it's kind of common, sadly. Huh. Oh, did I miss my chance to examine the Phoenix emblem on the side of the plane? That was actually a very memorable thing from our fan translation. Rifle range? Huh, why would you put that in a place where a president was visiting? Oh, I like 3-1 as well, as far as first cases go. Great Ace Attorney 2-1 is good as well. I think Great Ace Attorney 1-1 is too long. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I think that's a little different to what we said too, but anyway. And we hear this open theme again. So it's time for, once again, present the badge to everyone. Can I... Yeah, here we go. Extra present. There we go. No way I'm examining it. That's dumb. Present. Severe. Yeah, this actually is what real, prosecutor's badges look like in Japan. So, yeah. I mostly know that via, I think, Persona 5. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that dialogue. Yeah. She doesn't react to the gun. What about the bullet trajectory? Yeah, I don't like 2-1. 2-1's not a great first case either. Investigations 1-1 is not great either. Like, first cases are usually either really good or really bad. There's kind of little in between. But they are just meant to be tutorials. Yeah, 2-1 sucks because they had to justify the tutorial with amnesia. I haven't stolen anything. Yeah, that is literally a sly quote, but it's probably not intentionally a reference. Yeah, yeah, Grace only 1 peeks at case 3. That's actually part of the reason why I haven't done any more of that with my sister. That and she had a baby, so she doesn't really have much free time anymore. Yeah, so Kay wanted to find a group of people and become a thief group with them. That was like a thing in the first game. It's not like relevant or anything, but it's just a funny thing. No, I like 1-1. I like Case 1 of the first game. I think it's a very good intro to the series. It's really short, though. But, like, it's fine. Again, like, short isn't bad. Oh! I remember this. So, Kay... This was a speech quirk we did have to localize a bit for Kay. Kay has a habit of taking other people's phrases and twisting them to be thief-related. So that was an experience to translate. Yeah. So that's another fun aspect. I believe, yeah, your dialogue's the same over this side. Okay, yeah, thankfully they're only toy rifles, so I don't need to worry about any of these being used in the attack. Yeah, I think those lines were pretty much the same thing. But yeah, so, samurai dogs were samurai manju in the Japanese script, and I'm guessing this was localized because most people outside of Japan don't really know what a manju is, but samurai is pretty appropriate. Well, not appropriate, but like, you know, people know what a samurai is. But, you know, manju is a little more of a deep cut for Japanese culture. Oh boy, favorite thing I translated in Prosecutor's Path? That'll come later, but everything involving Debest/Winner, I'll just say. All of that. I hope we get to Case 2 this stream, because I have so much to say about him. Yeah, I am wondering about the whole inculpable thing too, but again, we'll get to that later. I think manju are like sweet bean buns. Oh, wow, wow, that's painful. Roasting? The roasting of Gumshoe. Gumshoe only has 150. Yeah, Gumshoe's salary is like a running joke in this series. Do detectives get covered for, like, the food they eat on the job, though? I wonder about that. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. You can have what this is like. He's treating him like a kid. It's amazing. Wait, Yokai Watch 2 had manjus that were translated as donuts? That's amazing. But yeah, people are asking about the red thing under the stand. That's the obvious thing here, but I do want to check this. A red button. Torn off of something. Yeah, the localizer did want to make sure Sakura was on that. Janet Sue, she's amazing, but I believe she goes by they, them pronouns, by the way. Yeah. They also voiced Franziska von Karma in the original games, just like a couple of lines. All of the early voice clips, because there was no full voice acting, were done by the staff of Capcom. They're actually not bad, though. Not the worst thing to be translated as donuts from the Japanese, exactly. A red raincoat, this must belong to Red Raincoat Man! Yeah, Janet Sue is amazing. Like, they're so amazing. Like, read their... Okay, don't read their blogs, actually, because they're spoilers for a lot of the games. If you've played all the Ace Attorney games, read their blogs on Capcom's official website. They have amazing insights into the localization process, especially for Spirit of Justice. Their one for Spirit of Justice is amazing, like, incredible. Definitely read it when you can. If you've played Spirit of Justice, because it's massive spoilers. But yeah. So, this is another pretty simple logic connection. I think that's the... Oh, wait, I think you can check the other sleeve. But it is important to notice that the button is still attached to the left sleeve, whereas the right sleeve has no button. So, that's interesting. I wonder if... That's the wrong button. I wonder if we can do some Rojiku. Red button. Red raincoat. Oh yes, if the Red Raincoat is gone, then Red Raincoat Man is just man. Yeah, removed in a hurry. That must be important. Yeah, no, localization is fascinating. This is why I'd love to get into the industry someday. Like, I would really love to, but it's just, yeah, it's fascinating to me. And that's why I love reading the blogs. Like, Xseed Games has good localization blogs too. Okay, yeah, they realized they wanted to get away from the trajectory of the shot. So they removed their raincoat, hid it under the dog stand after they went to the right side. Oh, yeah, exactly. Their comments on Director Hottie are... I mean, it's important to know just how bad Hottie was in Japanese, and that they're only marginally less creepy in English, but, like, that's the thing, because, like, sometimes when you're localizing things, you have to, like, you deal with a character who's just really creepy or, like, really iffy, and you kind of have to keep them that way, like, within reason. Obviously, you need to censor some things that are, like... Don't quote me on saying, oh, you need to censor things in localization. But I mean, like, remove things that are, like, really, really bad, like that particular Director Hottie comment in the original. But, like, if the character's goal is to be creepy, then just keep them creepy. So, yeah. It reminds me of how, like, what was it? Oh, yeah. When Sean Chiplock streamed Ace Attorney 2 and did voice acting, yeah... At the end of it, when they credit all the voice actors, they're like, to whoever voiced Director Hottie, I am so sorry. You nailed that part, but I'm so sorry. Yeah. I still need to see Inside Out 2. Sorry, that was a random aside, but I saw the word Inside Out. Yeah, Director Hickfield is even... I don't even know why he cameoed in... Like, of all characters to cameo, why him? Why they bring him back in Apollo Justice? Okay. Oh yeah, this is where you need to do this. Detective, open the raincoats. I wonder if there's anything suspicious here. Oh, bloodstain. That's, I guess, vaguely important, because it means that, you know, we could potentially do a blood test. Injury on their left arm. Oh, this line is almost literally my line for this bit. I remember. Again, that probably shows that I was accurate to the source, but wow. Yeah, this would certainly make sense if they didn't have their left arm in the sleeve. Which would certainly narrow down our list of suspects. Yes, blood red raincoat man. Yeah, of all the characters to bring back in Apollo Justice, they choose Meekins. I forgot Meekins got brought back, and Hottie. And I believe that's the last investigation for part 1 of the case. But we're not done yet, though. We have, in what is many people's opinion, the most fun part of Ace Attorney. Oh, he just vanished. I guess this game isn't meant to be in widescreen. Yeah, still in the crowd somewhere, unless it's the chief prosecutor who was allowed to leave. Yeah, I didn't come up with Sebastian de Best. I'll talk about that if we get to case 2. That was one of the names that was decided on when I joined. Before I joined, basically. Gumshoe's time dilation powers kicked in. Yeah, I love the term person of interest here. Like, in Japanese, this is like kanrensha, I think, and yeah, it's burned into my mind. It's literally like connected person. But person of interest is a perfect translation. I like it when people look up authentic, like, you know, authentic language for the thing they're translating. For example, one of my favorite translations that I did in my high school classes was, like, there was a thing was like so-and-so is, like, in danger of running away, and it was, like, in a criminal context, and I was like, flight risk. That's the translation you use there, flight risk. And the teachers praised me for that, because I was the one person in the class who came up with that. And yet, I didn't know about selfies. And this right here this was part of the demo. So this part I'm very familiar with. So it's time to meet this guy. This guy. So, this is John Doe. He is a character from a previous Ace Attorney game. But, I'm not gonna say exactly who he was. Thankfully, this doesn't spoil much about that game, but, it's this guy. This is a guy who, like, people were just freaking out that he returned, but it was pretty widely publicized in promotion for this game. But anyway, John Doe, because he's an old character, we didn't have to come up with a name here. His Japanese name is Tanaka Taro, which is literally the Japanese equivalent of John Doe. The most generic male name possible. So, yeah. easy localization, John Doe. Also, now here's the really fun thing about this guy. His Japanese speech style. This guy speaks ridiculously ultra-formal Keigo, so I like Charmed, I'm sure. That's a great way to carry that across. The idea is that he comes across like a butler, but in Japanese, his speech is so formal, it's hilarious. Like, he ends almost every sentence with de gozaimasu instead of des. It's great. But yeah, it's kind of true that, like, John Doe is such a boring name that, like, weirdly, you don't actually hear of many real people who called it. Yeah, Tanaka Taro gets mentioned in Persona 5, yeah. I have been following the... Yeah, so, like, yeah, like, I do... Yeah, like, I like the way they localize his speech style, because it does get across the... It's less obvious in... Like, it's harder to do in English, but, like, yeah, this guy is very, very polite. Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. Insight check. This guy probably has, like, a 50 deception modifier, though, so yeah. Unfortunate affair. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, John and Jane Doe are usually used for victims they can't identify, yeah. Which I think is relevant to the naming scheme as well. Oh yeah, the laser bit was in the Japanese too, I remember that pretty clearly. Battle of wits, a battle of words! Oh, okay, so this is... Sure, let the man blather on. Yeah, this is a tutorial. I might as well show the tutorial. I do like how, ever since the second game, the tutorials are always optional. Yeah, so here we go. So, like, some people might be lying or just mistaken. Not every witness is lying. They might just not have seen every detail. Because, like, the human memory, you would be surprised. The human memory is very weird, and oftentimes we just never remember things exactly how it happened. And if you see an inconsistency like that, that's where you check the evidence and see if you can find something there that might explain things. Or you can press more info. Now, pressing rarely gets you penalized at all. Usually you want to press everything. I'm going to press everything in these testimonies just because I want to show all the dialogue. Yeah, you go, our nation's top prosecutor. She literally says Nipponichi in the Japanese version, so I was curious how they translate this one too. So, yep, it's testimony time. Despite the fact that we're not in court, these work exactly the same as they do in the regular courtroom Ace Attorney games. But also, okay, I don't know if this is a hot take. I love the cross-examination theme in this game more than Investigations 1. Investigations 1's was kind of boring. This is a great cross-examination theme. Edgeworth is so powerful, he doesn't need a courtroom to corner people, exactly. Team Raincoat, okay, that's a good line. Yeah, I think she actually she says Parker in English in the Japanese script. I'm not in the habit of making base. This reminds me of, like, there's a line in one of the earlier games that has aged spectacularly. Like, there's a bit where somebody says, like, you know, you're making such baseless accusations, and Phoenix says, "Oh, I assure you, it is quite based." And that was before base became, like, slang. Oh, forgive me, my wound appears to have begun bleeding again, no big deal. I don't need medical attention at all. Yeah, this guy is ridiculously sus right now, so pretty good first witness because it's kind of easy. Yeah, the rebuttal, cutting it in half, yeah, we had to make our own graphics for that one too. So yeah, I am gonna press everything.
Hold it.
Just to get all the dialogue. Also, what is interesting as well, the way that, the way that these were stored in the script is that they store all the statements first, and then all the press dialogues, then the failure dialogue. So every single witness has 3 different failure conversations, for presenting wrong evidence. And then after the failure dialogues, it's then the stuff for the correct answer and moving on with the story. It was interesting looking at the way this is all structured in the script. But you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim.
Hold it.
Yeah, usually the early cases, like, the press gives you a pretty big hint as to how you're supposed to proceed. But anyway. Yeah, there are a lot of reasons he would know that Edgeworth, knew who Edgeworth is. But, like, it's a little suspicious that he's this familiar with him, though. I do have the arranged tracks. I haven't entered the code yet. I'll probably do those at some point. Maybe in the second stream, if I stream this again.
Hold it.
I believe this actually has some interesting, press dialogue. I should mention there are some points where pressing is required to proceed. Sometimes there's a testimony where you can't actually present any evidence, you just have to press. So yeah, when in doubt, always press everything. Stop you from holding your umbrella, okay, well that's kind of relevant. But now you're saying you open your umbrella.
Hold it.
Oh, but you said that you couldn't use it while you work. I suppose you weren't holding that ice cream at the time. Suddenly inundated with customers. What we consider the hardest first case. I actually had trouble with 2-1, but that was the first Ace Attorney game I physically played, because I watched a playthrough of the first Ace Attorney, and then I bought Justice for All. That was the first one I physically played. Yeah, that is legitimately pretty true. I think I've lost a lot of umbrellas in the past, so yeah, I can vouch for that. So at the end of every testimony, you get a little bit of a hint as to, like, what you should be doing. That ice cream should be so eaten right now, though. A bit of info on a character in Case 3 that's completely different to what we guys translate. Yeah, I am looking forward to Case 3. Case 3 is very interesting. It's a pretty good case as well. So yeah, in this case, I really hope that I'm not, like, jumping ahead too much with my deductions. You have no proof that this person is injured. Well, about that, we do have the raincoat with blood in it.
Objection.
And here's this game's objection theme, which is pretty good. I actually kind of prefer Investigations 1's objection theme, though, over this one. We can't exactly prove that this is his, but, like, it's kind of likely. I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. Yeah, I agree, Wibiki. This is a very consistently good Ace Attorney game. There's a reason why people were angry this wasn't localized. Because, like, this is one of the best games in the series. I like how he doesn't sweat, but his ice cream does. And he does that. And then it just kind of flies back down. Yeah, Throw the Book at You is, that was not in our script, but it's good, it works. Yeah, exactly. If we analyze the blood on this and the blood on the bandages... Exactly, a waste of good ice cream. Yeah, a lot of, it's generally considered courteous to resign in chess when you're losing and not waste your opponent's time. Like, that's a real thing. Yeah, as is always the case in Ace Attorney, usually there's a little more to it than just one testimony. Okay, that's a little more elaborate than we said. Like, in Japanese, he basically just says, Taiho suru, Taiho suru. That's arrest, by the way. Yeah, this is true. This is totally true. Yes, owning a raincoat with blood on it is not a crime. Those deposition patterns. Okay, so here's actually something kind of interesting. In the Japanese script, every single testimony in case 1 is just called character names testimony, apart from the final one. That changes in later cases, but it's a little weird. I'm glad they were a little bit more elaborate in this localization. I'm just a humble ice cream man. There's a reason why my second channel, which I don't use anymore, is named Ice Cream Hitman, by the way. I mean, nothing sounded particularly, you know, suspicious in that testimony there. So this feels like it's going to be more of a pressing job. I mean, that's understandable. But there weren't anyone else in... There wasn't anyone else in the crowd that we can see in the photos with red raincoats. Yeah, I use the second channel just for uploading, don't look at it, by the way, there are spoilers, for uploading Japanese clips for aid of the fan translation, specifically voice acting.
Hold it!
Oh, I believe there's a really great press conversation here. Yeah, I love this. Like, Edgeworth is like, okay, good, I've got him. I just have to ask him how to make ice cream, and if he doesn't know, then that job is a cover. Crap, I don't know how ice cream is made. Like the great thing about Edgeworth is that, like, he's what TV tropes would call a comically serious character. In the sense that, like, he's normally very professional and very, like, stoic, but, like, when he gets off his guard, he's still pretty funny. Virtuous heart. Okay, that's good. I believe he said, we said honor in our script, I think. What does virtue have to do with anything? Sweetened crystals of ice. Yeah, in Japanese, he says sweetened water, which was like, I think we have to localize this because we don't really think of ice cream as water in the West. So yeah, I like what they did here. Wonder what happens wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. Didn't he explain before? This does really happen to people. People do forget certain details. Especially if there was just, you know, an assassination happening.
Hold it!
Yes, you seem to be very observant with, you know, observing how security of very important people who are targets of assassination work. What's up with that? Okay, here we go. This is something that I've been looking forward to. Rook. Bastion Rook. Oh, that's better. I like that better than our version. I like it better than our name. So, in Japanese, this guy's name is Gai Tojiro, G-A-I. Tojiro literally means castle, so it's kind of this, it's you know, it's the Rook theming. We called him Ethan Rook. I don't know where Ethan came from. Bastion is better. I'm sorry, fellow fan translators. I'm gonna have to side with the official localization here. Bastion Rook is better than our name. Yeah, he knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard, yeah. Yes, append what you just said to your testimony. Yeah, this is probably the first, like, more tricky puzzle, I'd say. This is about the point that I'd probably get tripped up if I was on my first playthrough.
Hold it!
Yeah, I agree, Kiki Megami. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to stream this. One of extreme pain. Oh, yikes! That sounds bad. Ugh. Clearly, you have both your eyes. Aha! Got you. You're lying. Yeah, see, Pal is there, because, yeah. So what you have to catch him here isn't exactly a lie. Oh yes, exactly, John Doe has keen eye from Xenoblade 2. So, again, like, I don't wanna, like, you know, this one's a legitimately clever puzzle, I feel. So, I hope I've given you people enough time to figure this out. This is actually very similar to something in Case 2-1 that tripped me up in my first playthrough. But here's the thing. So, Bastion Rook, huh?
Objection!
Why is this the present? Well, you'll see. Oh yes, this theme is great. This is Pursuit, Uncover the Truth, I believe. Amazing music, but I'll just say, yeah. So here's the puzzle here. We didn't know his first name. There's no way to find out his first name because his first name isn't in any evidence we have. How does this guy know his first name?
Objection!
Yeah, this is where I really like Ace Attorney, like, puzzle logic, because it's not, like, something that's entirely obvious, but unless you figure, like, logic it out, you're like, oh, wait, hang on. Nobody ever said this guy's first name. How does this guy know? Yeah, only their surnames. Yeah, this pursuit theme is great. I don't think it is my favorite pursuit theme in the series. It's at least in the top 3 pursuit themes. But it's a really good pursuit theme. Like Investigations 1's pursuit theme is good too, but I really like this one. And finger point! And now the ice cream is angry. Yeah, Lying Coldly is great too. That was the name of the first game's pursuit theme. And the reason is, I'm the President of the United States of America. That's from Metal Wolf Chaos. That's an amazing game. He and I are acquainted. Yeah, TV Tropes calls this kind of contradiction, I never said it was poison. Or what I like to call this kind of contradiction is, there's an episode of Poirot where at one point, like, they're like, you left your fingerprints, and the killer is like, well, that's completely impossible because I wore gloves! Oh, damn it. So, yes. Connection. This in Japanese was very vague. And I like that they kept it vague in this version. An acquaintance of Bastion. The slippery ice cream cell, that's pretty good. Yeah, conveniently we can't ask the guy ourselves right now. And also this is true. There's no real proof that, like, you know, him knowing this guy's name isn't proof that he's the shooter. See, I like John Doe. John Doe is a surprisingly tough first witness, and this is another reason why this is a great case 1. Because he makes some good points. Of course, Payne thinks he's guilty, but it's Payne. Okay, yeah, Jude Lovers, yeah, you'll see you. Definitely watch the rest of the VOD, because I have more to say about this case. We're approaching the halfway point. Wait, did they change Lying Coldly to Chase Down the Truth? Oh, Lying Coldly was a good name. Court of Public... Okay, I don't think that was in our version, but that's a good line. Payne would think a paper bag is guilty. I know something interesting. Okay, I like the fact that he says them, gender-neutral pronoun here, because, okay, one of the most tricky things about doing the fan translation is Japanese lets you be very vague with dialogue and when referencing people. And a lot of the time in a mystery, it is very important that you preserve that vagueness when translating, because you don't want to imply any hints that weren't actually there originally. If something was vague in Japanese, it has to stay vague in the translation. And so, a lot of that involves gender-neutral pronouns in English, because usually, like in Japanese, you don't really, when you talk about somebody in vague terms, you often don't even use any real terms of address at all. And sometimes it's vague whether or not the person they're even referring to a person, or like something else, and that has to be kept too. Yeah, hi, Wildnya. Yeah, glad that you can catch this. Yeah, Lying Coldly Pursuit does sound like a mistranslation from the first game. Yes. Like, it could call my concern they had the same color of outfit. Oh, also they had a laser sight aimed at someone's head. That too. Again, though, this logic does check out.
Objection!
But that is awfully convenient. Yeah, it's a lot harder in languages that have gendered, you know, nouns like Spanish and French. Speaking of which, at the time that we were working on the English fan translation of Investigations 2, another team was working on a French fan translation of Investigations 1, because back then, Investigations 1 only got localized in English, not French. Yeah, mysteries are definitely a tough thing to translate. Oh, here we go. Wait, was pain relevant after all? Yeah, I don't know what. And then some of the later games were digital only. Like, Capcom was in a weird place when this game came out, a very weird place, and that's probably one of the reasons it didn't get localized. That and it was a late DS game when the 3DS was already out. Currently, David, I'm playing the Switch version of the Investigations collection that just came out last week. Yeah, goddammit, pain, exactly. Oh, I remember this. This was taken in the middle of the president's speech. So, I believe I brute forced this on my first playthrough, but... Wait, Switch version of this collection is really unpolished? It's the only one that had a physical copy, though, so that's why I got it. Like, it's, you know, physical. And to me, this has been fine. But yeah, oh, hi, Creature Soul. So, if you look at this right here, honored friend and allies, blah, 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 President passionately addresses the crowd. High-pitched gentleman. Oh, yeah, so this right here, the high-pitched gentleman, it's more obvious in the Japanese speech because Pain has a very distinctive speaking style in Japanese. That's Pain. So Pain is talking to the older gentleman. The president thrusts his fist into the air. Excitement reaches a fever pitch. Then there are two bangs. So, I believe it's referring to this tape.
Take that!
Yeah, you wouldn't think the part about the fist raised to the air would be relevant, but it is. They give you the full transcript of the tape for a reason. This is why it's a good idea when playing these games to, like, look at your evidence all the time. Because... when you think about this way, so Tabby needs to have been close enough to have overheard and recorded Pain's conversation here. But we can't see her in this picture. Also, we're finally seeing profiles here. You can look at these any time. 32, you're 58. She's only 20. 17. Question mark. But, again, we can't really see her in this shot, but she obviously was here. Jared, Fee, you're back. Did you miss much? You missed some pretty important testimonies. Now, what's really cool? This part right here was not in the demo. And that floored me when I first played this. The demo cut straight from John Doe's second testimony to the end of part 1. It skips all of this. And again, like, when I first played, I was like, oh my god, wait, no, no. Like, I mean, this guy was so suspicious that it obviously wasn't him, but... Oh, the current demo for the collection does include this? Okay, yeah. That's kind of a shame. Oh, no, the DS didn't do demos. The demo was a Flash game on a website. It was on Capcom's website. It was like a Flash recreation of the game. It was kind of interesting. Yep, we're cross-examining Lloyd now. And again, this was on the demo. So she claims she was running all over the place. Yeah, the demo was how I got involved in the fan translation. I translated the demo, and then people found that forum thread and recruited me. And yes, Allegro. I love the Allegro cross-examination theme in this game. The first game's Allegro theme is my least favorite Allegro in the series, the first Investigations. This is one of my favorite Allegro themes. Because at this point, I'm like, wait, the comic relief accent lady? The eccentric journalist? No way, she can't be involved in this. There's no way she could be. And the fact this was cut out of the demo definitely implies that it's important. But now press everything. And exactly, this is why standing next to Pain is a bad idea. Allegro is like the faster version for like when things are getting a bit more serious. Yeah, no, exactly, Walnya. This is why I did the stream. I wanted to give my opinions on everything. And I have so many stories to tell about the fan translation. I've been wanting to do like a playthrough of the fan translation for ages, but now there's an official version, so there's even more reason for me to comment. Ambiance. Gotta capture that ambiance. I once had a bad case of ambiance. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense though. She's going for the master copy. I don't do stand still. I'm sorry. I mean, my accent's probably terrible, but like, yeah. Nah, I was running all around, rolling reporter style, and that was a big old crowd. Oh yeah, lol, yeah, Kiki Megami, when you first played the translation, your computer kept lagging. You say that, try trying to fan translate this game on an emulator that occasionally crashes your whole computer. That's what I did. Yep. Like, I'm sorry to admit to using an emulator, but this game was never released officially in English, so I had to play it with an emulator. And I had to play the game because I needed to see, like, the visuals to accompany the text. Like, if I was just translating the text, then I wouldn't get all the nuances. Like, for example, I would need to know that Lloyd is angry in this line. So I was playing the game alongside doing the translation, but on my old computer that I had at the time, Des Mume would just randomly crash, not just itself, it would black screen my whole computer. So, and I had no idea when it would happen, or like when or how it would happen. Yeah, and nothing else was like that bad. It was literally just Des Mume that was doing it, but like, it was just like, yeah. And you know none of you probably watch this, but you know the Let's Play of Pokemon Black that I have on my channel? Yeah, I recorded that. Every moment of that recording, my whole computer could just black screen. So I was recording a Let's Play of a DS game on an emulator that often just blew up my computer. It's amazing. Yeah. And it was a really awful crash too, like, not only would the whole screen black out, the audio would just go, it was unpleasant.
Hold it!
Yes, indeed, Pokemon black screen. You know, the weird thing as well is I actually forget what the correct answer to this testimony is. It has been a while. I think it has something to do with the tape, though. That picture and your recording were taken at different points of the speech. Either the tape or the photos. Prove the two things did happen at the same time. Yeah, there we go.
Hold it!
Evil Eye, are you suggesting that I'm Weissman and I'm giving you attack delay? Trails series reference. Which also has amazing localizations, like, oh my god, if you read Xseed's blogs, like, several of the members of that localization almost literally died. Like, that was insane. Frown that way for too long and it'll stick? Yeah, I actually think, I think that was in the Japanese script too, I remember this line. I am investigating the shooting of a president, Miss Lloyd. A smile is highly unlikely to help with that. Paragraph ends. My even eviler evil eye. She doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned, but... I mean, you know, a lot of the Ace Attorney culprits aren't that obvious. Yeah, it says her actions are on record. I think it has to be the tape. Running all over, roving reporter style, that was a big old crowd. Oh, guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot and the tape's when I was in another. Yeah, this is obviously the statement you have to disprove. And it's gotta be either the photos or the tape. And I accidentally pressed the wrong button and I got it right, okay. I meant to examine the photos, not present them. But yeah, I thought that it was you know, I thought it was the photos, again, or the tape. I wonder if this is a case where either of them works. There are some cases where two different pieces of evidence work. Also, this line here, yeah, you know. Not saying things about certain real-life news agencies, but yeah. Oh, is it that obvious? Is it just the fact that his hand is in the air? Yeah, oftentimes it's easy to overthink the puzzles in Ace Attorney. Yeah, I think it's just him having his hand in the air.
Take that!
Oh, both work here. Exactly, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. It's either the tape or the photos. I do like it when they take that into account. That's another thing as well, like why I'm worried about if I ever make an Ace Attorney fan game is like, you gotta take that into account. Like, sometimes people might think, wait, why doesn't this evidence work here? It should work. So yeah, that's why playtesting is important. I wonder if the Japanese writers playtested this game and realized that people were presenting both the photos and the tape on this and decided to make them both options. There's a lot that, like, even though these games aren't really like games, more like visual novels, there must be a lot of effort that goes into them to think about things like that. Yeah, that means that it must have been right here. So it turns out that all this time you were Red Raincoat Man. John Doe, Tabby Lloyd, yeah, it's probably John Doe. Now, this is actually really interesting because we don't actually have the answer to this in evidence. You need to have remembered some incidental dialogue from earlier to figure this out. Or or you need to be paying close attention to this person's sprites. Yeah, he only said red hood, not raincoat. Yes, it was red raincoat woman all along. Yeah, look very closely at the interior color of her hood. It's reversible, so you just... Yep! Yeah, that little incidental detail in her sprite was relevant. Okay, so, here's something that I actually want to talk about as well, about the translation. So here's the thing. So, Edgeworth. Edgeworth does something very interesting that's very hard to replicate in English, and I can understand why the localization really couldn't. You kind of really got to do it with his implied tone. So in Japanese, Edgeworth typically uses, like, neutral second-person pronouns, like kimi and anata, for you. Whenever Edgeworth suspects somebody of a serious crime, he switches to kisama. Which is the very, very, sort of, I wouldn't say vulgar, but kisama is like a very, insulting pronoun. It's what you say when you're angry at someone. Oftentimes, kisama is translated as swearing. That's how extreme it is. So, it kind of says a lot about Edgeworth's character that he will... The moment that he suspects you of a crime, he will call you kisama, instead of the other second-person pronouns. Again, pretty impossible to replicate in English. Very much impossible, but you've got to do it by the implied tone. That, like, he is very angry and passionate about justice. Oh yeah, there's a bit later on. Also, yes, this incidental dialogue, the reason they flash back to it is because this is in evidence, but yeah. Yeah, there is a point in this game where somebody screams Kisama, and I'm curious to see what they localize that as. Oh, Jotaro does that. That makes sense. I guess it's kind of a common thing in Japanese media. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. You don't want to this is why, again, localization is important. It's important to know the characters. Like, Edgeworth wouldn't swear. At least he wouldn't swear in that kind of context. So you would not translate Kisama as, yeah. Oh, somebody's mentioning Kisama being used in a friendly way, like Asogi. Here's the thing. Kisama used to be a polite pronoun. My theory is that people started using it sarcastically, and then it caught on as an offensive, thing. Because, sama means, like, it's an honorific. So, I think the reason why, I think the reason why Asogi Kazuma uses Kisama affectionately is because it's a samurai thing. Because it must have originated in the... Because I know that Boku used to also be a samurai honorable thing, and then it became casual. So, like, language changes over time, essentially. But, like, yeah, I'm not surprised that Asogi uses Kisama affectionately. Because it's set in a different time, too. I don't know exactly when Kisama became rude, but it must have happened at some point. The thing is, though, she is seeming very upset about this. She's not really acting like somebody fully guilty right now. Oh, she was about to reveal something important, but of course we're interrupted. Yeah, the word bastard is used in the Ace Attorney franchise, exactly, but you gotta pick your moments. You can't just... Hold your horses. Oh yes, oh boy. I'm looking forward to finding out this guy's name. But anyway, yeah, but yeah, like, again, pick your moments. Like, you don't want to use swearing every 5 seconds, because that would be a bad anime fan sub. It's this guy! Yeah, I like Tabby Lloyd better than our localized name. So, this guy's already speaking in chess metaphors. Even in Japanese, I figured out the chess metaphors. In fact, he actually uses some pretty obscure chess lingo as well. So I'm unspoiled on the new names. So, this guy is... This is one of my favorite fan translation names too, so it's got a lot to live up to. Bronco Knight. Okay. No, that's understandable. So yeah, in Japanese, this guy's name is Manosuke Naito. Naito is obvious. Manosuke is literally horse boy. So, you know, it's a reference to the chess piece. Horse, knight. So, when I joined the fan translation, this guy's fan name was already decided. Horace Knightley. Horace Knightley was so perfect. Like, I was like, oh, nope, I can't come up with anything better than that. Horace Knightley's amazing. But yeah, but Bronco's fine. Bronco's fine, but I do like Horace Knightley. This is one where I'll have to prefer my original name. But no offense to the localization. See, like, this is actually funny. It's actually a little bit closer to my, my original idea was, like, Chevelle Knight. Because I was like, Knight's a legitimate surname, so, like, you could use Knight, but I love Horace Knightley. But no, Bastian Rook makes up for it. Bastian Rook is so much better than Ethan Rook, so it balances it out. The bodyguards' names counter each other. I prefer one in one version, I prefer the other in another version. Oh, it's just too much fun being this good. Oh, that is a perfect way to encapsulate this guy's character. Yeah, love it. So, if you look at this guy, like, in Japanese, right? This guy talks a little bit like a Yakuza, kind of. It's like Yakuza-ish. But you can clearly tell this guy is very full of himself. Like, he has a very high opinion of himself. So, yeah, too much fun being this good. Great dialogue. Also, this right here is a relic of the localization, because in Japan, getting guns is hard, but, you know, it's supposed to be America, but oh well. Oh, old girl! Great line! Great choice here, great choice. In Japanese, he refers to his gun as his woman. And I'm like, okay, huh, that's weird. I believe we went with this baby. This old girl is amazing, because it sounds like what you'd call a horse. Like, this is what you'd call your horse, so... I like this a lot. So, this is a lone model from Zenfar. The gun looks a little weird in HD. The motion blur on it is probably meant more for the DS. 2 tidbits of news. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. Yep, this is, I remember this scene. I'm indifferent. Yeah, there we go. First move advantage. Yep, first move advantage. This guy loves his obscure chess metaphors. And I, having done chess in high school, chess club, I recognize a lot of his metaphors, even in Japanese. So I believe his hand gesture here is like moving pieces. Mr. Red Suit. Yeah, he calls him that in the original as well. You could say I dabble. Didn't have so much as a scratch. The laser pointer was on his head. And a gunshot rang out. Does he have, like, an iron forehead or something? Or is he like Osborn in Trails and he, like, has no head or something? That means there is no longer a charge of murder on the table. No, just attempted assassination. Like, yeah. Attempted assassination of a foreign official. Like, that's gonna get you much less of a sentence. Yeah, a lot of people like this guy, comparing this guy to Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did. Put himself in the line of fire. So, yeah, this wouldn't be an Ace Attorney game if there wasn't a murder. Somebody did die here. Brother-in-Arms is a good line here. Is chess difficult to learn? Also, I think this is a good localization as well. Like, this guy's very blunt about stuff. Chess is... it depends. Chess is easy to play casually, but to play like hardcore, you need to have a ridiculous memory of all of the different openings and board states. I personally don't like it because I feel it's less about strategy and more about pattern memorization. That's why computers are so good at chess. Rook has been taken off the board. That's a good way to say it. Yeah, here we go. Another chess metaphor from the game itself. Sacrifice one of my pieces. This is in the Japanese version too. Yeah, castling! Exactly! That's another reference! Yep, they kept all the references that we did. Good. Because they're in the Japanese version. Again, it's a sign that, you know, it's a sign that we were accurate to the Japanese. Very simplistically speaking. I think the castling rule was added later. There's even a weird patch, to the rules that prevented you from castling with a rook vertically. I think in an early version of the chess rules, vertical castling by promoting a pawn was theoretically possible, but yeah, they quickly said, nope, no, you can't do that. But yeah, exactly. We can't. The funny thing is, I almost called him Knightley on Reflex. Bronco's using the term wrong. You can't castle if your king is in danger. If any point during the move would put the king in range of an enemy piece, you can't do it. So they couldn't have castled then. Does Knight know about en passant, exactly. Of course, we're being taken off the case. Oh, wow. Yeah, I like the localization. Like, this guy is a dick, and you really feel that in the localization here. So I'm liking this a lot. If we're to take up, if you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. I thought you weren't from Zegfar. You're a private security firm from here, from Japanifornia. Yeah, if any of the pieces moved, you can't castle. Yeah, there's a lot of complicated things to castling. Yeah, we've only proved a few things. We don't really know much in terms of the actual crime. Yeah, and this is important for Edgeworth's character too. It shows that once he does realize there's more to the story, then he will feel sympathy for people who've been falsely accused of things. In fact, it makes sense because he was in the past, but that's the first game. Play the first game to find that out. Also, this is about to happen. This guy's pointing his gun too much. Yeah, that's understatement of the year. He's meant to. No, really? You don't say! This is certainly going dark. This is why this is my favorite case 1 in the series. They said they wanted this to they said they wanted this to be like a final case. They wanted the case 1 to feel like a final case, and it shows. And there it is, Shelley to Killer. So, this is another name from earlier in the series. This is basically a direct translation of the Japanese. His Japanese name is Koroshia Sazaemon. Koroshia is literally killer, and Sazaemon means, like, seashells. So, yeah. But it's spelled really weirdly with kanji. It's like left, right, something. It's a weird kanji, but it's basically the same name as English. So, if you played the earlier games, you would know who this is, but it's not super relevant to know. Yeah. Also, Dekiller is spelt with a lowercase d. That's something else I learned when I was on the fan translation that I was forgetting. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. If you remember, I don't want to spoil Justice for All, but Edgeworth didn't meet Dekiller face to face. So it kind of makes sense that his memory would be a bit hazy. That he wouldn't immediately recognize the Ice Cream Man. Yeah, like, Edgeworth probably would have seen his picture in police files, though, so he is legitimately beating himself up over that. And yeah, the bandage was actually concealing the knife all along. Yeah, he brought a knife, not a gun. Oh, wow, yeah, this is a great line. Mr. Dekiller... No. Mr. Dekiller comes from a family of assassins. The surname is totally relevant. Apparently everybody in his family is an assassin. Yeah, and let's not talk about Dekiller because it would spoil stuff. Seriously, play the second Ace Attorney game. It's amazing. Well, most of it's not great. The last case is amazing. Wait, hang on. Why do you want Edgeworth in charge of this? Because of Bass. I love how they're keeping the connection vague. I mean, that's a good point. If you haven't played the original trilogy, you shouldn't be watching. I mean, the games don't really spoil each other. You can actually play them in any order. Like, Dekiller existing is not a spoiler for the second game. And that's all I'll say. Yeah, you were only second in command. Alright, number one's a good localization there. Yeah, there was a bit of a translation here that I can't really talk about because I thought that it might have been foreshadowing for something later, but yeah, I can't talk about that now. Yes, literally no objections. So, Edgeworth's got a bit of a backup plan on Dekiller, and yes, that's how to be continued. There's now a murder investigation, and an assassin is holding someone hostage and forcing us to investigate. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and save. And I do think there should be enough time in this stream to do the rest of the case. This case only has 2 parts to it. So we're gonna move on to part 2 now. Yeah, I like the 2D models too. So, here's the weird bit of trivia. In the Japanese version, whenever they give another timestamp after the first one, it doesn't list the date again. It says same day. I don't know why they do that, but in English, it was always, they just repeat the date. So that's how we had to do it for the fan translation. And it's what the localization does here too. Yeah, Dekilla's original name is a mouthful. Yeah, Kuroshiya Sazayamon is it's like 9 kanji, or, like, it's a very long name in terms of kanji. I mean, that's true. Nope. Yeah, Spirit of Justice had that really long name, but that was a plot point, that it was a really long name. And in Japanese, that name was equally long. Yeah, I don't mind, like, the thing that a lot of people don't, like, a lot of people criticize the Spirit of Justice localized names. What you don't realize is, the Kurainese names were that stupid in Japanese too. Oh, hi Lenny. Yeah. But like, seriously, like, you know, I'll be your guide, for I'll be your guide? In Japanese, his name was Bokuto Tsuani, or On a Tour with Me. Like, again, like, the localization was accurate because the Japanese Kurainese names were just as stupid. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. We even have a literal canary for a coal mine. Oh, the Jammin' Ninja, the rival show of the Steel Samurai. Oh, I forget, I know that. So in our fan translation, we had to localize incidental names that have no plot relevance, like the name of a fictional character in a TV show. I don't know, Wolfsbane is a poison, so this is a good localization. Of course, no respect for the Jammin' Ninja, but all the respect for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, a lot of planes really do have these. They also have inflatable slides. I'm not going to talk to you yet. I just want to examine the irrelevant stuff before I do the really interesting things. Yeah, I don't know if the astronauts... I think it's more that, like, in the original game, it was harder to see the stuff in the compartment. Doors aren't there to be beaten. Oh, they are if you're playing Fire Emblem and you're a thief. I mean, I can imagine Kay with, like, a bird. A lockpicking bird legitimately sounds cool. Hot take, Jammin' Ninja is kind of overrated in GL. Exactly. The portal joke in Case 4, I didn't do much of Case 4, so I can't really tell you a lot about Case 4, but I want to guess that wasn't us. No, that probably was us, actually. Sorry, yeah. No, it probably was us. I doubt that would have been in the Japanese version. Yeah, what seems to be the case here is that the president was very paranoid. Why doesn't Edgeworth like the ocean? Oh boy, people would love an Edgeworth Beach episode. Like, I'm sure all the fans would love that. So, like, technically we're meant to investigate this. So yeah, let's just ignore the body and investigate this. Yeah, here we go. This is I'll investigate every suspicious nook and cranny. I'm kind of doing things in a weird order, but I do want to do the really vital things last. What cases did I primarily work on? I did all of one, about half of two, about a little under half of case 3, and barely any of 4, and about a third of 5. I did the final testimony of 5, I know that much. And I did the little thief section of 5, which was a very fun section. But I did most of my experience was case 1. But I did do every final cross-examination with the culprit in every case was me, except I think case 4. When did 2 hands become a shipping shorthand for shipping people? Oh, there is official Art of a Beach episode? I wouldn't be surprised if there was. So, this security plan is a little different. The lead and second are the same, and you can see the date is earlier, but also covered in case of amphibious assault, the president said his parents, spectator area should be covered at all times. Yeah. This is not quite the same, and I believe what we need to point out is this one, right here. I don't think I was the one who discovered something new by coming up with something old. I did do, I believe I did actually do the My Little Pony reference in case 4 with the unicorn statue. I don't want to talk about that now, though, because that's spoilers for later in this game, kind of. There's an alicorn statue, and I couldn't resist making a joke about it. It's the same joke they make in the Japanese version, though. Well, they're not literally in our fan translation, we made a Twilight Sparkle reference. That was us, but the rest of that joke is the same as in the Japanese. So it turns out, by President's orders, they made some last-minute changes to the plan. Look, there's less pawns. And also, the Rook and Knight are reversed. Avery AT, please don't spoil any official names that I haven't seen yet. I want to react to them blind. So, here is important backstory on the connection between Dakilla and Rook. Yep, Knight got taken down first. Yeah, that image is pretty raw, I agree. So, Bronco Knight cannot turn his head right. That's why he has the neck brace, because Dakilla, like, you know, did that. It looks even more painful in the HD version. So, this is why Dakilla wants us to investigate Rook's death, because he considers Rook a worthy opponent. Very few people have ever stopped Dakilla. Rook broke his freaking arm and shot him. Meanwhile, Bronco Knight sucks. Oh, nice. Lenio, I prefer Horace Knightley, but I make up for it by the fact that, Bastian Rook is so much better than Ethan Rook. Yeah, the very short list of people who've successfully wounded Dekilla. That's why. That's why. He respects Rook a lot. Yeah, so the president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts 2 people, both of whom are foreign bodyguards he only just hired. So again, president does not trust anybody in his own country. That's... well, that has implications. Sorry, I just have to sneeze right now. So now we have more info on the security plans. Yeah, so Knight could only cover the president's left because he couldn't turn his head. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, John Norris. This is, I don't want to go into this too much because it's a different game. It's Fire Emblem Fates, but like, I probably went too hard on that. I was just very, people had outright spoiled me on a lot of things in Fates before I played it, up to and including like endings. So I was just, yeah. I was just being really overly cautious. I was probably too much of a jerk back then. A curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression. It looks like a Shisa. A big lever right by its butt. Oh. Yes, if he did, then, you know, Knight's head probably go bye-bye. Of course, this right here is also important to look at. Yeah, I compare the president to Kanegas as well. Bulletproof vest. There's a bullet lodged in it. And is that all we can examine here? It looks like it. I thought that there was more to the bulletproof vest. Yeah. I know there's a sequence of dialogue later where they say that, like, oh no, wait, that's that is later. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm examining everything but the body. So we have the view of the scene itself. It's like there's an enhance button on these screens. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary right now, except this. What the heck is this? Favorite plushie. A memento of something. Anyway, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Huh, it is weird. Yeah. Why display a beloved item in a place where a TV normally would be? And there's shards of glass underneath it. So somebody replaced that monitor with a plushie? The security animal? Okay. Yeah, I do love the investigate every nook and cranny line, but I think that actually got changed in this port, even in the first game. So now we talk to Tabby. Suspicion of murder. Yeah, when I first heard this song, I was pretty emotional. That's a good line too. Going from Chief to Ruffles. And that's everything from you, I think. Oh, wait, no, Suspicious Looking Nook and Cranny is still in Investigations 1? Okay, huh. I guess maybe it's because this was translated independently and they just reused most of the original apart from, you know, iFly. And yeah, you can straight up just talk to the guy holding a knife to somebody's neck. Yeah, it's like a detention center theme, exactly, that song. Yeah, this you would know. You would know this is a very important thing about Dakiller's character. I think in like a Let's Play of this that I was watching and commenting on, I basically, like, people pointed out that Dakiller is kind of a good example of lawful evil, in the sense that, like, he has a very strict code of honor. Like, he might be an assassin, who kills people for a living, but, yeah, he respects, those who can outsmart him, and he has very, very strict standards. Professionals have standards, you know, just like the sniper in Team Fortress 2. Whose voice actor isn't Australian, and that annoys me. It really annoys me. Yeah, Edgeworth and Dakiller are weirdly chill. I mean, you know, he has to be chill, though, because, like, if he isn't chill, then this guy will slit someone's throat, so yeah. Certain someone, yeah. So, in the Japanese script, there's a little bit of a hint in there, and I don't think they kept that in this. So, maybe we were just looking too hard into it. But there was something that we did for the fan translation there, a very specific wording that Dakiller used, that we took as hinting at who the client was, and we added a little hint there. But, again, we probably, it might have just been, you know, seeing things that weren't there. Like, I don't know. Like, we could have been overanalyzing the line. Yeah, the sniper is from New Zealand, isn't he? Do you have anything to say about, some of these things? Oh, yeah, of course you have something to say about the gun. So uncivilized. I don't think I did most of these dialogues, so I don't actually recognize a lot of these. He probably has a reaction to the raincoat. Yeah. Yeah, Dakiller does know who his client is. I think he does. I'm pretty sure that's a plot point. Do you have something to say about the president? Yeah, there you go. I thought that, yeah, I thought he would react to the Still Samurai. Kind of a shame. Yeah, Kay has never met this guy before, and she's really not taking this situation as seriously as she should. Okay, now it's time to examine the dead body. Finally. So yeah, finally we'll find out what this is. Yeah, it's a bulletproof attaché case. They were basically like riot shields. And now we have that in evidence. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I believe we used the wording stole the scene, like on film, and I kind of remember that because don't they make a similar pun in the Pokemon anime with, like, Todd, the episodes with Todd? I think they did. That's what I remember. Yeah, so right here, like these lines right here, I'll show them in history. That's the photo I snatched. I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take. Kay loves thief puns. And puns are a nightmare to translate, so yeah. In case 2, we'll meet a character even worse than Kay in that department. In case 2, we'll meet my nightmare fuel. Yeah. Translation nightmare fuel. I don't know if we'll get to case 2. It took me a little longer. The second half of this case isn't as long as the first, I feel, but yeah. So it's the same model as Knight's gun, but all the bullets are there. No signs of any shots fired. Of course, now we have to examine the fact that he's got a giant hole in his side. The bullet passed through the victim. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty precise shot. Yeah. I mean, certainly Tequila has the skill for that, but we just found out that he doesn't like guns. Bled to death from a gunshot wound to the torso. Bullet passed clean through his body. And the medics were not able to save him. Yeah, Bastion Rook is a great name. Yeah. I think that's everything here. Oh, you can look at the blood. Oh no, it's a trapdoor, okay. Keep your monologues internal, exactly. Yeah, sub versus dub in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is indeed interesting. I still love the fact that, like, there's a character in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX named Jim Crocodile Cook, and at first I was like, oh, that is the dumbest, that is absolutely the dumbest, like, 4-Kids name of all time, and then, nope, his name is Jim Crocodile Cook in Japanese, too. Okay, yeah, Edgeworth will tell you when there's nothing to be found. Okay, wrong button there. I think you're supposed to link the bulletproof vest and the bullet through the body at this point. I know what the bullet through the body eventually goes to. Oh, wait, no, we're supposed to link the two guns. Right, gotta focus on the obvious thing. Oh, people are mad at Apollo's localized name because they decided to fan name him Justin Case already. Well, it was close. I remember there was an early fan thing that called Dahlia Hawthorne Dolores Willow. So, I forget exactly what that was, but I heard about that. Yeah, I guess it would be easy to trace the guns if they were rarer, but we do know that both of the bodyguards have the same model. Justin Case sounds more like a detective name, though, to me. Do we need to link the bulletproof vest and the bullet through the body? Again, like, it's been like 10 years, so... Okay, we do have to link those. Yeah, some people think the nickname Dolly for Dahlia is a reference to the fan named Dolores, but, you know, we don't know. I have been spoiled that there is a reference to, our fan translation in Case 2, so I'm excited to get to that. Two bullets were in fact the same bullet. Yeah, here it is, yeah, yes. This is true. This is actually true. Yeah, this is actually true. If you are shot in a bulletproof vest, it can break your bones. Ah, here we go, ballistic markings. This is so common in Ace Attorney games, they have to explain it in every single game. I think it might be a meme by this point. I mean, it's real, it's a real thing, but still, it's very common in Ace Attorney. The whole idea of guns having fingerprints. But, yeah, it's hard to get rifling markings out of a flattened bullet. It's like their version of Pot of Greed. Yeah, it very much is. So yeah, that's the end of this investigation phase. Yeah, no. Like, there's a reason why they keep explaining it. It's that every Ace Attorney game might be somebody's first. And, you know, you can't expect everyone playing these games to actually know how, like, real-life forensics info about bullets. Ah, here we go. Yep. It's president time! That's actually pretty close to one of our lines, I think. Like, I like what they did with I'm just gonna call him Knightly on Instinct, but Knight's dialogue. Like, they captured his speaking style in Japanese very well. Ah, yes. Obviously, the president has been watching this whole time. The real question is, does he value the bodyguard's life? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that in real life, ballistic markings are less reliable than in fiction, but, you know, in fiction, you gotta make things a little simplified. It's like the enhance button is not real. This is an amazing image, too. I've always loved this image. Yeah, I believe this is like a, what is it, makasete or something like that? Like, I leave this to you. There's also a lot of Sasuga Edgeworth in Japanese, or as expected of you. Yeah, that image of The Killer is great. But he seems to have knocked us out and stolen the inflatable boat. Oh, the eye under his monocle is open for probably the first time in the series. I do like how his first concern is for Kay. Yeah, exactly. To killers respect the Edgeworth that Edgeworth does not want at all. Yeah, I noticed that. And considering him, yeah, he's probably, like, super fast at rowing. Oh, whoops. Yep. So he used that against us. Oh, his eyes are always open? I guess it's just harder to see then, unless you zoom in on the sprite. Probably easier to see in this version. Oh, here we go. Yeah. In this line right here, in the Japanese, he said, like, Aro Yaro or something, like, which is like, that bastard, and we were debating whether to actually have him say that. We ended up going with that snake, but I guess that murderer fits. So the interesting thing about these cards is, in Japanese, there's a kanji on them that was deleted in the localization. But other than that, the cards are the same. So we have the Killer's Calling card. For some reason. Yeah, he didn't kill anybody this time, though. We think. Is it a threat? I don't know. And now we're going to do the Ace Attorney thing of flashing back on dialogue that was only 10 minutes ago. But I mean, you can save and quit at any time, so you need to have the flashbacks there in case people come back to the game later. Yeah, Edgeworth does get knocked out a lot. However, it's Kanega's time. Also, this guy has his own theme, sort of. Yeah, our fan translation name is the same, but it's Huang instead of Wang because, you know, we thought people wouldn't be able to take him seriously with this surname. But this is the first time I've seen this guy speaking. And he speaks in Japanese, he speaks in a very grandiose way. Like a very, not exactly dignified, but it definitely sounds like a sort of a king type of character. Very dramatic, and like very, sort of theatrical, I guess. And that was in the previous game. Play that if you want to find that out, but it's not as good as this game. All I did was solve a few local murder cases. Yeah, again, play the first game if you want to find out. They were definitely not local murder cases. Oh yeah, I guess a lot of people didn't know how to pronounce it too, maybe. He was watching, and yet he didn't want to intervene to save his bodyguard's life. Yeah, again, this is a good way to localize his dialogue. Also, this is like an unintentional middle finger, but they couldn't like change his sprite or anything. Very dramatic. I thought you couldn't trust your own police force, though. Addressing a president of a foreign country as pal? Seriously? Yeah, I think Puny Prosecutor is a pretty, accurate translation of what he said in Japanese there. Yes, I say no 1,000. Yes, I remember the way this guy talks. Yeah, it's pretty similar to how we translated it. So, we just lost our evidence. Huh. Yeah, I'm sorry, Creature Soul, if I'm pronouncing that name wrong. I'm not Chinese. So, Yeah, I think it's like people told me how to pronounce it earlier in this stream. Oh, I love this sprite so much. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. In Japanese, it was like such something, such a sin, such villainy. But this right here, I like this better because this is a more of a flowery term. We probably still have our badge. Why? Well, the reason is, I'm the president of the great nations. And now his speech is going on for another bajillion years. Close to Jungfa? Okay. We've got to stream this whole game. Oh, I plan to... Yeah, I plan on doing it. Yeah. How many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? Confronted the lies of witnesses and countered the arguments of other lawyers. And what's, questioning a foreign president? I mean, it's probably the least weird thing you've done in your career. Yep, it's time. Yeah, we've got another Mind Chess segment. Mind Chess versus President. Even Case 1 has 2 Mind Chess segments. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. Patrick Seitz would be a great voice actor for this guy. I can definitely picture him as Patrick Seitz. I know that's a very stereotypical choice, but I can picture him that way. So he wants to drown out anything with his own force. So again, you have to kind of know your opponent here. He's a head of state and a seasoned politician, so basically right now, we're basically doing political debate tactics. If Lady Virgilia is still here, she'll like this. So we can't let him bully you. Yeah, I didn't end up watching Lucajin's because I'd already watched Nintendo Capri-Sun's Let's Play and commented, so it would have been a little bit exhausting to do both, but, I gave some running commentary on Nintendo Capri-Sun's comment sections for this game. I like Mind Chess. Either that or Logic Chess is fine. Here we go. Who will take... Both of these are pretty similar. Okay, we need a clue for that one. Yeah, let's not play into his, let's not play his game. Wait, there are people who repost my comments onto, like, every playthrough of the game on YouTube. I'm flattered, but also I kind of hope they would come to me and ask that, because, yeah. Anyway, like, yeah, okay. The interior of the plane is sovereign territory. That is important to know. Yeah, we use the term clue here too, so this is familiar to me. Oh, the ones you've seen do credit. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. I mean, it's cool, I like it. I posted a lot of insights there, probably things that I've already said in this stream so far. Some Asian, I stepped away for a bit. What's happening? We're engaging in a political debate. with someone with a big blonde-haired guy whose debate tactic is bullying. So yeah, topical, I guess. Aha, extraterrestrial rights. That's a thing that you'll be familiar with if you've played another game in this series. Ah, so that right there is where you can't bide your time too much. Okay. Because he was sweating there, so you were meant to attack at that point. Just mash through this. And it's a night piece, yeah. Yeah, he didn't do that sweating pose before. Yeah, is the plane really sovereign territory? He only has one more piece left. Okay, right. I thought it was like, yeah. Okay, that's a clue. And you random, you almost lost him when he said extraterritorial rights. Exactly. Yeah, I'm sure anybody who's played the first game has PTSD of that phrase. Nothing left to debate, huh? Who else could have fired from outside the plane, huh? Funny you should mention that. Doesn't that contradict your entire argument about this being extraterritorial rights? Whoops. Yeah, that was a little dumb of you. Okay, so yeah, right here, bide my time. Yes, cannot be denied, huh? Well, about that... See, as it turns out, you just admitted that, that she actually fired the shot from outside the plane. And so... There we go. Yeah, I love that line. We had him say "checkmate, Mr. President." I liked that, so it's kind of sad that's gone. But apart from that, that's pretty much similar to what I remember. I don't really remember that mind chess as much as I hoped I would. My plane projects an aura of extraterritoriality. Magnanimity is a good line. This isn't extraterritorial, it's just territorial. Oh no. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, the meaningless word montage. This, like, whenever he makes one of those speeches, we need to cut to a SpongeBob 2 hours later. Yeah, I remember that in Japanese, his way of saying, like, here, take your evidence back, is very crude. Like, it's like one of the lowest politeness levels of saying that. Your PTSD was bad enough you started worrying about extraterritorial rights in the one case about space in Dual Destinies? And yep, we have our pieces back. Though putting pieces back into play is more a shogi move than chess. I think they took out the line of Gumshoe preferring shogi. Oh no, I have extraterritorial immunity and everything. Presidential testimony immunity-ifyingness. Yes, I don't have to testify. He will get his day in court soon enough. Oh boy, if only you knew this was a non-courtroom game. It'd be satisfying if you could take him to court, but no. Yeah, exactly. A knight is... a rook is worth more material-wise than a knight. That was probably intentional. I forget how, like, I think there's debate over how much the king is worth, because, like, theoretically the king is worth 0 because the game ends when they're taken, but, like, some people say, oh, no, they should be worth infinite because you lose if you lose the king. But I do think theoretically the king is worth 0 points for material, and that fits this guy too. It is time for epic political testimony! I've had so much problems with, like, remind me of, like, losing rooks to stuff. Like, there's a mode of chess, like, losers chess. I won't call it the actual thing, because that would get this video demonetized, but, there's a mode of chess where you have to lose all your pieces, and if a piece can take another piece, then they must do so. And on that one, my opponent would always lure me into letting a rook into my back line, and then that rook would just eat all of my pieces one by one, and I'd just lose. Yeah, I'm not a huge chess guy either, but I did do chess club in high school. The only reason I did chess club in high school was that it got me out of playing Saturday sport. But yeah, this is true. Why would the president be obstructing the investigation if, he was the victim? Surely he has a vested interest in finding out who shot him, right? Yeah. This is definitely suspicious. Especially when Dekilla said, no, demonetize, it's because it's unalive chess, I'll just say. You know, a word for, you know, dying starting with S, chess.
Hold it!
Meanwhile, pressing everything. You naive little man. Silence me with cold steel. Oh wow, this really is the Osborne assassination. That's cold steel spoilers, sorry.
Hold it!
Really? With all of the, like, protective gear you've got and the bulletproof vest, I'm sure you would be pretty aware of the fact that you were potentially going to be shot at. Oh, I remember this line. Stage fright. Ah, yes, sewer slide. That's it. That's the word. Yeah, he likes to say the same thing 3 times redundantly. This guy was a fun character to translate for, honestly.
Hold it!
It wasn't like he wasn't my favorite character to translate for, but he was still pretty fun. Two very large, very round, very red balloons. Yeah, it'd be amazing if his shooter said, "Go finish your speech in hell."
Hold it!
Yeah, exactly. How would they get a bulletproof vest on this guy with all of his muscles? Yeah, that was where the photo happened. Merely moved to help back onto the aircraft. You guys can follow this story, right? I hope I'm not moving the dialogue too fast. Yeah, oh, yeah, exactly. This guy is King Giant Ham.
Hold it!
That's why he's fun. Bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest you were wearing.
Hold it!
Yeah, probably was a custom fit. Yeah, man amongst men, exactly. That's what we use that term too. But in Japanese, it's basically the same thing. So yeah. Yeah, you would get pretty winded by that. Yeah, he does kind of look like Garon. Yeah, it's basically in his job description to not die. Yeah, this is a good line by Gumshoe here. Wouldn't make sense for the victim to lie. However, he seems very adamant about getting us off the case. Like, if we're close to uncovering the shooter, wouldn't he be helping us? Custom made for the Muscles Batman movie style, yeah. On the stage, Rook and Knight jump in front of you, that doesn't sound contradictory. Bang, a shot ran out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby, huh? That wording is a little suspect, given that we know that the thing that ruptured was not a plain, unblemished balloon, it was a steel samurai.
Objection!
It seems that you are not a man of culture. Yes, the people of Japanifornia! The people of Japanifornia, we love our samurai programs that are totally from America. And our hamburgers that are definitely not sushi. Firecraft NGL, this case was the hardest for you. Yeah, I mean, this is actually not a trivial case 1, as far as case 1s go. So this is a case of somebody not strictly lying, but just not really having the full information themselves. The briefing mentioned 2 red balloons. And they're on the security plan, but at the time, he wouldn't have been focused on the balloon itself to actually understand that it was a steel samurai. Uncultured president. Borrowed at the last minute. So yeah, this isn't exactly pointing out a lie, just clarifying info. Trouble on site. Ah, yes. Huh, I wonder who that might have been. I wonder who that might have been. Oh no. Edgeworth might know that guy, unfortunately. Filled up the bottom part with air. Yeah, so this part right here is actually very interesting, because we had a bit of a debate about this in the fan translation. In the Japanese version, they say specifically they inflated the Steel Samurai's red hakama. And I was like, hang on a minute. Like, I thought that hakama, like, for the, you know, it's the kind of clothing that samurai wear, that kind of robe. I thought that it was fine to leave it as hakama, but other people on the script translation team said, nah, you wouldn't really think that Westerners would understand what a hakama is, so they decided to call it samurai pants. So they said that they inflated his samurai pants, which admittedly is funny to say, but here they don't even mention that at all. So yeah, a few interesting choices here. Yeah, although they do say pants, yeah. Okay, so they did do the pants thing, the same thing that we did, because, like, again, it was interesting, like, I had a debate, because I wanted to keep it as hakama, because they leave some other Japanese terms in, and it's a samurai thing, but I was overruled. Wait, 832 left it as hakama? Okay. In the actual localization of Justice for All, they literally say hakama or samurai pants. Okay, maybe that's the reason for the change. Because again, I only did the initial translation, I wasn't involved with the localization team, so that must have been a localization team choice. The wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Huh. They were being blown back towards me. Does that conflict? Well, in most cases, you're generally meant to say yes, but I just remembered why this conflicts, so this one here is a little tricky to figure out, but think about this. So if we go into our evidence and look at the bullet trajectory, so look at this. What about this changes if the flags were blowing upwards towards the stage? I'll just show this for a little bit. Because this tiny incidental detail is actually pretty big. A corridor could turn this case on its head. I wonder if this was Gyakuten or Turnabout in the Japanese script. It probably was. Because that's what Turnabout means. Yeah, people in the chat are realizing what's happening here. Which bit of evidence contradicts it? I believe it's the bullet trajectory.
Take that!
The shot curved, it was Magneto, exactly. Yeah, I think at least one person in the chat has figured this out. Because it's kinda obvious that this trajectory kinda leads to somebody, and... wow, he's only 24? I forgot he was that young. But...
take that!
I mean, it kind of could have been from all the way in, like, the forest, but, like, that would contradict a lot of stuff, and the gun wouldn't have been found in the right location if that was the case. Why would he go around shooting balloons? Well, that is legitimately true. Yeah, there's actually an age later on in this game that contradicts an age in an earlier Ace Attorney game, and I think it got retconned in like a later... Yeah, that's irrelevant now, though. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. So, if we look at these photos, look at Knight's arm. Look at his arm there. And we conspicuously can't see what his hand is doing behind that case. Yeah.
Take that!
Oh, it selects the picture for you, okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait a minute. No, it's... Maybe I'm jumping the gun here, I think. I might be jumping the gun, actually. I might have been thinking ahead too much. This happens to me a lot with Ace Attorney. Sorry about that. It's pretty common. Oh, the age is in case 2. I'll explain it later. Sorry, I forgot what we were trying to prove here. This is relevant, but it happens later on. I am literally jumping the gun. Oh, right, it's the flag. It's there. Sorry, again, I was thinking too far ahead. I was not paying attention to what we're actually trying to prove here. I don't think, yeah. Yeah. And it would have been pretty hard for him to fire a shot through Rook and the President from that angle. Yeah, this happens to me with Ace Attorney, like, all the time. Like, I often... Like, this happened when I did a blind playthrough of Spirit of Justice. I figured out the final answer to, like, the last testimony a few steps before the game expected me to. I was just like, oh, wait, hang on. They're asking us to prove something much smaller first and work up to that? But I immediately jumped to the full-on, like, final reveal. So Knight shot the balloon. So why would he do that? Knight's position. He can't turn his head to the right, so he was moved to the right side of the stage. But he also shot the balloon. Yeah, he'd need to be Magneto to hit Rook 2 from that angle. Yeah, if the plan hadn't changed... He can't turn his head to the right, so... He might not even be able to shoot that other balloon. So maybe... Maybe, yeah. The security plan was changed entirely so that he could pop the balloon. They also got rid of all the pawns. And the president was the one who ordered the change. And so here we go. This is yet another reason why I think this is an awesome case 1. Because do you know what this all implies? This is a pretty big plot twist for an early case. The president knew in advance about the balloon shooting, which means he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today. Yeah, I remember when I found this out when I was first playing, I was like, oh wow. Oh wow. But yeah, there has been so much that doesn't add up. How did the shooter get a gun past such tight security while they wear such a conspicuous outfit? Why use a laser sight that would give them away? Yeah, and how'd he suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? Yeah, this is the confess the... A lot of people don't like this confess the truth theme. It's not very popular, but what I've heard a lot of people say is this confess the truth theme works in the context of the truth reveals of this game. It might not sound as good as the others out of context, but in context, it fits a lot. Yeah, this is the tutorial case. They gave us the killer and a faked presidential assassination. And yeah, this is why he was so keen to have the investigation to have us off the investigation. Logic and reasoning, the ultimate superpower. Yeah, this is my favorite first case in the series too. And we're not even getting into it's just, well, okay, we're kind of close to the end, but like the epic reveals are just getting started. Yeah, if that bullet really did hit something, then there would be blood on it, right?
Objection!
Yet to ascertain how complicit she was, but... yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. What we saw was just a laser sight. We didn't actually see her holding a gun. Yeah, Apollo Justice also has a good first case, but that one has a bad rest of the game. This absolutely does not. I like Great Ace Attorney 2 Case 1 as well. Here we go. Not even the killer and he gets a breakdown. Yeah. That's also why this is a good case one.
Objection!
There it is! Yep! Knight has a voiced objection. Yep. And that right here, so I like it. I like how they did that. So, it took us a while to cast Knight's voice in our fan translation because in Japanese, he has this very interesting way of saying Igiari. He kind of rolls the R. It's like Igiari. It's I can't really do it. It's a very, very distinctive way of saying it, and we kind of wanted to capture that. But nah, I like this one. I like this. Also, yes, turns out that this guy was thick the whole time. Yeah, exactly, objection jump scare. With words. Oh, here's where I jump the gun. Yeah, he used the bulletproof case.
Take that!
And I think you can present the photo here too. I think in Japanese this is actually like atashu kesu. Also, yes, somebody take the gun away from him. This guy is like there used to be a TV trope called "You fail gun safety forever," and that's this guy. Yeah, this is where I jump the gun. Now, he wasn't just wearing a fake muscle suit, he was literally sucking all his fat in to appear muscular. But, you know, that's Ace Attorney logic. Like, Ace Attorney breakdown logic. Yeah, I do love how they translated his just smug dialogue. Shame that's not voiced. I know that they didn't start voicing hold-its until, like incidental hold-its until until the Layton crossover. But they carry over in Great Ace Attorney, so, like, in any future games, they're probably gonna have, like, hold-its fully voiced by other characters. I would have liked to have heard that voiced, but yeah. I remember, these lines are pretty similar to our translation. Knight's Japanese VA is amazing, whoever it is, because I love his Japanese objection. Yeah, I believe that in the Japanese version of this, like, I believe, like, that last line, you stupid, I believe it was, like, you stupid woman, and woman was, like, really elongated. So, like, it was, I don't know, like, it actually sounded not just angry, but really misogynist as well. So, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that being gone, but anyway. But I like that you squeal, you go down as an accomplice. Yeah, she did say that she had a source at the embassy. It turns out it was him. Yeah, she probably shouldn't have been as trusting, but, like, at least she didn't think she was doing anything really criminal when she did all of that. And I mean, I suppose if she testifies that in court, she might get some kind of a deal, maybe a lesser sentence. Oh, nice, wow. I don't think he quite said this in our translation, but that's a good way to say it. Yeah, so this guy's damage sprite is him accidentally barely missing shooting himself in the face. Yeah, that's a damage sprite. Yeah, Knight would have shot himself by accident long before this, if this was realistic. I do agree, it probably wasn't the intent to make him misogynist. The thing is, to me, I wouldn't put it past him. Like, this guy's a massive asshole, so, like, I honestly, I don't think it would be that out of character. Pointing a laser to a president, how did she not question that? Exactly, yeah. It's definitely pretty suspicious. And here's the reveal. Yeah, he staged this because he thought that surviving an assassination would increase his popularity. The bullet was a, here's one we prepared earlier. Yeah, Tequila was not part of the plan, though. So somebody really was trying to assassinate him. Someone trying to turn the fake assassination into a real one. Which would have been really bad for Lloyd if that had succeeded. But that is true. If this is a fake assassination, why is he dead? Or exactly what Wang is saying right now. And he refused to be involved in the fake assassination. Huh. Yeah, this is a good line. This is a good way to render this line. But yeah, Spineless Fool is pretty similar, yeah. Yeah, I like the term Grandmaster here. I don't think we used it, but like, yeah, chess metaphors. And that is true. If the bullet in the vest is fake, the one that killed Rook could have come from anywhere. Yeah, how did he mess up the plan? He didn't even know about it. Oh, right, okay, yeah, that whole thing. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna blame the dead person. If they didn't die, then... Yeah, why would he have to die protecting the president if the assassination was fake? Suddenly, this is becoming very suspicious. Not to kill her. Oh, don't tell me. Yeah, I was pretty familiar with the term for peace at this point. I think it's koma in Japanese. K-O-M-A. There we go, yeah, the queen. Yeah, he did compare her to the queen in the Japanese script as well. I remember that. And now he's immediately trying to throw suspicion on her. And immediately testimony. Here we go. Knights. Okay, that is a good that is a great name for this testimony. I believe, yeah, this is the one testimony that was not called so-and-so's testimony in the Japanese version of this case. And we're already in Allegro. That should tell you something. I mean, it's a little dumb for him to suddenly start testifying, because that's going to be how we break him down, but still. Knight doesn't protect the rook. Yeah, rook's worth more. Rook's worth more than a knight. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of chess controversy about, like, whether because knights and bishops are worth 3 points each, but some people think they should be worth, like, one should be worth 3.5, and the other should be worth 3.25. There's some, this is back in Chess Club, there was a lot of discourse about exactly how much knights and bishops are worth it. Like, the thing that I really like about knights in chess is that, like, they can checkmate for some pretty funny positions. Like, sometimes the enemy king can trap itself behind its own pieces, and then a knight just comes in and is like, haha, checkmate. A win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Well, I mean, not in real chess, because you're not really scored on pieces, but in Fire Emblem, probably. Okay, the president's safe. I win! Even though my superior's dead. That's not really how it works. I'm learning a lot about chess, yeah. I'm surprised how much about chess I remember from my chess club days, but my chess club experience helped me translate this guy, because he loves his chess puns and metaphors. Anyway, we're gonna press everything like usual. Yeah, like, also the funny thing is 2 knights is not enough to checkmate on their own. I think 3 knights can, though. There are a lot of really funny chess puzzles about that, about promoting pawns to a 3rd knight. Yeah, he probably would have got sus at that point. Yeah, like right after the gunshots rang out, he pulled the guy into the plane immediately. You made it so he had no choice but to go along with the performance? You left Rook here in this room while you secured the president in the safe room, huh? Oh yeah, this line right here, I love this line. So, this line is where I learned a very funny piece of Ace Attorney translation trivia. A lot of people think that grape juice in the localization is censorship. It's not. It's grape juice in the Japanese version too. Apparently, Shu Takumi just really likes grape juice. Shu Takumi didn't write this game, by the way. This game was written by Yamazaki, the writer for, Investigations 1 and eventually Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, while Takumi wrote the Layton crossover and Great Ace Attorney. But I do think this is probably Yamazaki's best game. Like, I think Yamazaki's fine of a writer. Like, I don't think he's people often compare him to Shu Takumi, but like Takumi is great, but honestly, the worst cases in the series, Big Top and Serenade, are both Takumi cases. So, yeah. I mean, Takumi, does some good stuff, but I don't think, the Yamazaki hate has always bothered me. I think Yamazaki's a good writer too. Like, Spirit of Justice is pretty good, and Investigations 2 is amazing. When you came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. Okay, how the heck did Lloyd get into the plane?
Hold it!
Like, there were other bodyguards right out the door. How do you suspect she did that? And she's a civilian. She's not the killer. Like, wow. Oh, I love this right here. I forget if we use the same term. Blunder is a real chess term for a bad move. I don't know if this was intentional on the part of the localizers, but if it was, I applaud them. But like, in real chess tournaments, if somebody makes what's called a blunder, the notation marks the move with a question mark. And if it's a really bad blunder, it's a question mark, question mark. Dereliction of duty, wow. Yeah, Takumi and Yamazaki both have their ups and downs. Like I'm not saying, there's a lot of Yamazaki cases that I think Shu Takumi is more consistent, I feel. Must have shot him while they were escorting them off. Okay, well that solves the issue of how she got in the plane. She wasn't in the plane. But yeah, like again, she's a civilian. How did she get a bullet past 2 guards with bulletproof cases? And he was shot very deliberately in an area his bulletproof vest wouldn't cover, which, again, I doubt a civilian would have that kind of anatomical knowledge. Yeah, so he just happened to get shot specifically where his bulletproof vest didn't protect him, huh? Yeah, that sounds hard to believe. Yeah, exactly what Edgeworth's saying right here. Yeah, I get that. Yamazaki's highs aren't quite the same as Takumi's highs. At the same time, though, I think Dual Destiny's Case 5 is... Not Dual Destiny's. Spirit of Justice Case 5 is very, very good. A lot of people think it has a lot of highs. It's funny because one shot in a million, the shooter hit the bullseye. Yeah. But anyway, I'm one of the few people who actually found the big twist of, of Case 5 of Spirit of Justice pretty obvious. A lot of people were shocked by it. I saw it coming since the start of the second half of the case. But I won't spoil what that twist is. If you know, you know. Yeah, I mean, granted, that's kind of true. Look, I'll admit, I set the whole thing up. I am wondering who would voice this guy if he was voice acted. I'm trying to think who would voice him. I was about to say Kaiji Tang. Now, Kaiji Tang doesn't sound smarmy enough. Oh, hang on a minute. Wait. Sorry. Let me just say. I've been going for a while, so I might be a little bit out of it right now, but okay, blah, blah. You all decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows? Maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too. That line right there. Let me talk about that line right there. I mistranslated that line big time. I made a massive misunderstanding of that line, and another one of the fan translators basically, corrected me on this line, but there's a reference to this line later on that didn't get corrected, and it bugged me so much that I was like, dang it, they corrected my first mistranslation, but they left in the reference to the mistranslation. And I'm like, that's one of those things that if I could look back and redo things, I would make sure that was changed, but we've got an official localization now to fix that for us. Actually, I can see Knight as Matthew Mercer. Yeah, conjecture can't prove any of it, but we can prove stuff. Yeah, that hint's a little vague. So, rush to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. Left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. That doesn't sound contradictory. When I came back, Rook was lying on the ground. Yes, journalists must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. Oh, hang on. Single killer shot, huh? Didn't that gun fire 2 bullets, though?
Objection!
Yeah, here's the thing. If you're saying this, you're implying that there were 2 guns involved in this case, but if that's the case, why are 2 bullets missing from 1 gun? Kiki Megami, you know that feeling of mistranslating something and realizing too late? Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it really sucks. It's like, you always remember your failures more than your successes when you're doing something like this. And there's shot number 2. Yeah, bullet number mismatch is a very common Ace Attorney plot device. If you're genre savvy, you could probably see this one coming. Was this moment in the announcement trailer? If so, that's bad, because this is a pretty late game thing. In the first case, I mean. Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious. There's really only one suspect at this point.
Take that!
And he definitely has motive for it. And yeah, you, Mr. Knight, you're the one who murdered him. This is where Edgeworth switches to Kisama. Like, he does make it semi-obvious, but at the same time, it's a case 1, and I still think Knightley's a good character. I said his fan name again. I think Knight's a good character. Yeah, it was pretty much a locked room. And okay, here's something kind of annoying though, so... It's not that I didn't suspect this guy immediately, because there weren't really a lot of people it could have been in the first case, but I once looked at the Ace Attorney wiki before I played the game myself, and I saw this artwork. And that's why you don't look at the Ace Attorney wiki if you don't want spoilers.
Objection! Objection!
I mean, really? The walls are like aluminium. They're not that thick. Oh, this bit. I remember this bit. Why does Knight sound like a YouTube reviewer when he objects? Well, I mean, it checks out. Okay, so the camera was not on at the time. Yeah, it also sucks when you Google an Ace Attorney character and the first result is an entry from the villains wiki. Oh, somebody in the chat might have figured out something. Suddenly he's using the silly theme. And stunned silence from everybody in the room. Oh, in Japanese she says there's no way I'm reporting on that. I kind of wish they kept that. Yeah, wikis aren't meant to hide spoilers, it's true, but like, for a mystery franchise, again, like, Ace Attorney wiki is just, you don't want to look at it if you haven't played all the games. I don't know if the original script actually mentioned the monitor, not him knowing the monitor wasn't switched on. Oh, yeah, Danganronpa. When you type a character's name, the first result is character name death. I think in Attack on Titan, there was a case of that where you type in a character's name, and the first result is character name is a Titan. Yeah, this does check out. It's entirely possible that somebody could have fired a shot beforehand. We can't exactly disprove this, though. That's the problem. Yeah, this right here, I think this is one line I also mistranslated. I do like the Ruffles nickname, though. I don't think that was in the fan translation. I wonder if this is relevant to something we were discussing earlier in the case. And they're flashing back to it anyway. This is a justified flashback, I feel, because it's a long time ago and it's very relevant. Running forensics to see if the bullet matched the gun, huh?
Objection!
The controller vibrated so much of that objection that I heard it. Oh, is he gonna say this line? Wait, no. No, wait, it's later. That line is later. Yeah, this is one case where we have to say we don't have the evidence in our possession. Yet. Here we go, yeah. So, in Japanese, he says right here, okay, okay, game over. I do remember that line pretty distinctly. I can't believe I remember so much of the Japanese script, though. Again, case 1 is very, very, very specifically entrenched in my mind. Yeah, I would like to see an Ace Attorney game where the gun's bullets don't match up. Oh yeah, not as good as Red, White in the Japanese anime. What's your name? I love how this guy talks in the official localization so much. Yeah, this is where I believe we would present the broken glass monitor. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So in the I remember my translation for this line was a bit more blunt. It was something missing. You sure you're not talking about your brain? I do have a soft spot for that line, so I'm kind of sad it's gone. Goodbye forever! Yeah, that's also Red, White from the anime. Yeah, I would say don't look up Emio from Famicom Detective Club if you don't want spoilers. I'm wondering, if I like Ace Attorney, would I like Famicom Detective Club? I've always wondered about that. Oh, don't credit me with the line, it's almost a literal translation of the Japanese. It's just so petty, though. I think it's in Knight's character. Extraterritoriality. Unfortunately, right now, he's just as interested in finding the truth about this murder as we are. No way, I can't believe this. Yeah, so they skip out on the investigation just because, wow, look at Wang's fat sprite. That looks amazing in HD. But anyway, they skip out any investigating here because we're already very deep into testimonies right now. You might want to wear gloves for this, though. I assume he is. And here is the bullet with blood. This game wasn't localized, I assume, because of both Investigations 1's low sales and the fact that this game was released on regular DS when the 3DS was already in full swing. They just thought there wouldn't be much point. It's the same reason why, Fire Emblem New Mystery of the Emblem wasn't localized. They both came out around the same time, actually. And so the magic of 1 second forensics will come through once again. The blood on the bullet is I almost called him by the fan name, is Bastian Rooks. Miss Knight's fingerprints were on the gun. Yeah, that doesn't quite prove everything though, because we gave him the evidence, remember? It's only natural his fingerprints would be on it. Yeah, I honestly, I wish I played Leighton Brothers Mystery Room, but it was only on like, mobile phone. This was back before I owned a decent phone. The striations and the bullet are a match with the gun from the crowd? And here's also why I really like this case. Because this was a really cool twist I didn't see coming. Yeah, the conclusive proof thing is a callback to an earlier line. That might have been the mistranslation that happened with me, I'm not sure. Misread the board's a good translation, though. The one who's actually backed into a corner is you! Must you continue to re-objection? I'm sorry. Must you continue to re-corner to objection and retaliation? Also, Confrontation Presto! Some people don't like this song. I do kind of prefer Confrontation Presto from the first Investigations. The Investigations games are the only ones to have a Presto theme, by the way. This one's good too. This one fits the climactic feel of Final Testimonies. So yeah, we're getting towards the end. Your move. Well, you found the gun and where the fatal bullet came from. No, I thought it was going to say, admit you're dumb. Yeah, there was actually one of Knight's, like, failure dialogues for his cross-examinations that we actually had to tone down because one of us on the translation team concluded that what he said was actually kind of ableist. So, like, yeah, this guy's a major dick, let's just say.
Hold it! Objection!
Oh, we get to hear his objection again. I like his objection's pretty good. Yeah, this line right here, shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof. This line is a direct reference to an earlier line about piercing your heart with conclusive proof. And I mistranslated the first one, and somebody corrected it, but the mistranslation was kept in this callback, and it annoys me so much. But it's fixed now, thankfully, in the official version. Well, like, on the one hand, I do agree if he's a major a-hole, you should let him be. I think they thought it was probably too strong language for Ace Attorney. That was the conclusion. I don't think it was, like, that bad, but, like, it was definitely... I think we concluded it was too strong language for Ace Attorney. If the evidence points something that doesn't seem possible, maybe there's something wrong with it. Yeah, so this actually reminds me a lot about so there was a quote from somebody in a forum for, like, designing fan cases, and they explained this very, very well. I love this. I don't know who it was, so I can't really credit them, but they sum this up as this: if there's a contradiction between the evidence and a testimony, there are three possible explanations. One, there's something wrong with the evidence. 2, there's something wrong with the testimony, or 3, the evidence and the testimony are both correct, but the basic assumptions of the case itself are wrong. So number 3 was the fake assassination plan, but this is going to be a case of, wait, there's something wrong with the evidence itself. Like, they talked about this as like, these are like 3 different ways to write contradictions, and I'd love to write my own fan case someday. I've got ideas, but I've just never actually committed them to paper. I've had ideas for like, actually over a decade now. It'd just be kind of a lot of work to make my own fan game. Oh, did I just skip out this whole testimony by accidentally pressing the correct statement the first time? Yeah, my other favorite piece of writing advice about mysteries is start with the conclusion. Start at the end, and then work your way backwards. Because that way, it guarantees that all the clues will make sense. So, the gun, the bullet, or neither of them? So, what we're thinking here is like, so we know that the striations on the bullet match the gun. I actually forget which one is correct. I know what the actual truth is, but I forget how we get there exactly. Okay, the gun seems to be right, yeah. And yeah, it'd be too soon for him to tamper with the bullet. He was in full sight of all of us. There's no way he could have done that. And yeah, Mr. Knight did have an opportunity to handle the gun, didn't he? So yeah, I love this twist too. I love this twist so much because, something that seems just so incidental, us handing over all of our evidence to this guy, actually that gave him an opportunity to tamper with it. And this is why this is another reason why this is my favorite case 1. Knight is a surprisingly cunning first case culprit. Like, he's actually a lot smarter than most of them are. The gun is the weapon that was used in the crime, which means it must belong to, well, obviously it belongs to this guy. So Mr. Knight's revolver switched for the one found in the spectator area. Bullet markings match those of the bullet fired in the incident. So we've got that. I forget which ones of these we've pressed so far.
Hold it.
Objection!
No, you hold it. No, the 1 second forensics team is never wrong. Start with what the crime scene looks like. Yeah, that's my problem. I would need a visual perspective. I'm not an artist, so I'd need some kind of a visual. That's why I also haven't made a fan case, because I would need an artist to actually make me the art assets for, like, the crime scenes. So, yeah, like, I can write dialogue. I like to think I'm pretty good at writing dialogue, but I'm not good at visual stuff. Yes, that is indeed a good picture. Yeah, that gun fired the fatal bullet, but we now know that it was probably yours.
Hold it.
Okay, except I feel like you already did.
Hold it.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. I love the way this guy talks in the localization. It's very accurate to how the vibe his text gave off in Japanese.
Objection!
Yeah, I love situations where fingerprints aren't actually incriminating. It's like, oh, the killer's got their prints over the weapon. Actually, they handled the weapon in a completely non-suspicious context, so it makes sense for their fingerprints to be there. I like how he's using our own investigation against us, too. I want to say, apart from the Case 1 culprits that turn out to be more relevant later on, maybe this guy is my favorite Case 1 culprit. Oh wow, somebody got an Ace Attorney Investigations 2 ad, amazing. Yeah, okay, Hiryu the Dragonite, maybe don't spoil the solutions, because some of them I don't fully remember. Well, we found out that was a fake assassination, and when the press gets wind of that, that's going to be really bad. Okay, friends has proved the gun, the bullet are a match. That bullet, the kill was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area.
Hold it!
Wait, that was the wrong button.
Objection!
That's fine, I can just skip through this. Wait, Crystal has ad? Oh, wait, no. Or did you get an ad? Wait, are there ads of Crystal playing? It always, I'm sorry, I always get kind of jealous when other YouTubers have their own ads for things. Like, but anyway. Like, I once saw an ad involving Chug Conroy playing games, but anyway. Switch for the one found in the spectator area. Okay, that's probably it. Yeah, this right here, I also saw this image on the wiki, but thankfully, I didn't really know the context, so I didn't make the connection at the time. Yeah, if the laser sight is detachable, all you need to do was swap the laser sight, and it would look like it was the other gun. Wait, there's a giant Ace Attorney package with a custom gavel and poster? Wow. That's cool. Thinking several moves ahead, that's great, yeah. Oh, here we go, another one. Knight's counter. Oh, I think I remember what you have to do here. She got promoted by Capcom to play the game? Yeah. Yeah, that is the thing. It's just like, I don't know if like, I mean, I know that my subscribers are a lot smaller than those people, but also like, I've applied to get review copies of things before and nothing's come of it. And it might be because there are rights issues in Australia, like maybe they can only give it to people in America. Because sometimes different people are in charge of different distributions. Ah, here we go, I remember this. I know this, I remember this line. Let me just, sorry. Ah, yeah, nice. Yeah, I think I actually mistranslated that. That sounds better. Yeah, I think I remember what you do have to do here. And it's a little outside the box, I think. We need to actually examine this gun in more closer detail, I think? Yeah. I think you need to do... I forget if you have to do this or not, or if like, it only lets you do that later.
Hold it!
Wait, RT Game isn't American? I didn't actually know that. Oh yeah, wait, I did get the Final Fantasy review codes, yeah. I remember that. That was good. But they were actually given to me by Bandai Namco, because apparently they distribute Square Enix in Australia. And they specifically wanted somebody Australian for that. They wanted to get a variety of people. Oh, RT Game is Irish-Canadian, okay. No spent casings to chase down, huh? Yeah.
Hold it!
Put up or shut up, that's a good line. Oh yeah, I think he does say the "Didn't your daddy teach you that" line in Japanese too, and I think it is actually vaguely important. Kind of. It's sort of foreshadowing. But you'd know that if you saw the promo material, but that comes in a later case. Oh, right, this. Yeah, I love the term old girl. I believe... I let loose a few rounds earlier and barely missed my own head. But yeah, I believe spent casings are like when the cartridge falls out of the gun after you fire. And like I think that's how that works. Or part of the cartridge. Like that, kind of. Yeah, this fact is very important. Yeah, I love they kept the resign line. Resigning is what forfeiting is called in chess. Yeah, granted, this is actually something in Ace Attorney that I do find a little annoying. I don't like it when they have a line that is such a blatant present evidence here button. What proof do you have that I switched the original? None. Yeah, that's pretty much telling you what statement you have to present on.
Objection.
So I think now they let you do it. Yeah, this is actually a surprisingly tricky testimony for a case 1. So, right, I believe you're going to present, and then...
Objection!
Oh, I actually let you do it straight up, okay. I thought you had to... No, that probably comes later. Lucas, good morning all. You've come at a very good time. Yeah, I remember this line too. Pretty much the same in Japanese, and in the fan translation. And I do like the way this is used. Fingerprints, namely your fingerprints.
Objection.
And then he's like, yeah, it's obvious my prints are on that because I touched the gun when you gave it to me.
Objection.
Time to bring the game to its conclusion. Okay, now, sorry, I did literally jump the literal gun earlier. Here it is. So I think it's like on any of these. Plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock. Yeah, I don't know if this was actually specifically mentioned in the original script, but it's nice to point it out here. He must have a lot of, like, extra cases of bullets on his hands, though. But yeah, he's not wearing gloves. Yeah, the fingerprints are on the bullets themselves. Yeah, that line is a literal translation of the Japanese, but it works. And here we go again! This case is so good it has 2 breakdowns! I think it's implied that stuff was just dislodged from the baggage compartment. And yes, there were Easter eggs there. So fun fact, this actually makes Knight the one character in the series to survive getting hit by the Thinker statue. The wikis love bringing that up. Also, I like how they translated this. Rover, I actually don't like the oomph. It's not accurate to the Japanese. I was actually a little annoyed that the localization changed that one in the fan translation. And suddenly, he's back to muscular. Yeah, I know about that one achievement, Ender. Yeah, I'll talk about that way later in this game. Way later. But yeah, if you know, you know, and it's hilarious. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. Let's just forget the fact that you also exposed the fact that I faked an assassination attempt just to salvage my popularity. Yeah, and I like that the motive was easy to figure out too. Like, you could tell that he was jealous of that guy's position and really wanted his job. And that's true too. Yeah, the trapdoor was not a Chekhov's gun, turns out. I would say, like, what's he going to be charged with this fake assassination, but then I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to prosecute presidents for crimes these days. But anyway. Yeah, if this gets out, you're probably not getting reelected. Unless it's, you know, like Shido Japan style, which it probably is. Over on 64, the Thinker statue's a thing from Ace Attorney 1, so yeah, it's only in that game. It's just an Easter egg in this game, so it's not really meant to be anything special. That overly elaborate door sound. I love this music. Like, I love this victory theme. This is my favorite victory theme in the whole series. All's well that ends well, right? Somebody effing died. Yeah. I mean, she'll probably get a lighter sentence because she confessed, like, to it and helped the investigation, but, like, she's definitely, yeah, she's definitely going down for something. But that's why, like, I thought this was really interesting, because, like, yeah, like, literally, so here's the funny thing about this, like, that I find, again, what's really cool about the first case, everybody in this case was guilty of something except De Killer. He was the one person who didn't have a hand in the murder. I mean, he was definitely guilty of, like, you know, threatening people and all that, and you know, doing his own thing, but De Killer was the one person who was not guilty of anything in the fake assassination plot. A good first case culprit has to be a fun character, and they generally need to be hateable, but not like, you know, like final case villain level, but also they need to be like, it's hard. Like, usually first case culprits need to be pretty basic, but I like Knight because he's surprisingly, like, his plans are surprisingly complicated for a case 1 villain, so I like that. Yeah, here we go. So in Japanese, Edgeworth literally says no commento here. However, speaking of De Killer, every Ace Attorney case always has that moment at the end where it's like, oh, we need to present one final piece of evidence. And that would be the calling card. We don't know who his client was. Yeah, definitely pick up this game. Cause, yeah, this is only case 1, and somebody wanted that president dead for real, and we still don't know who. And that was our hook for... That is our hook for the sequel. Not sequel, next case, anyway. I don't know, like, I kind of feel like the Knight's character is fine in this version. I think that and the fan I honestly think he's not that different to the fan translation. It's really hard to explain. I love the way the official localization does his dialogue, but it's hard to explain. But yeah, hashtag not sponsored, but definitely buy this game. Nobody noticed this was only the first move. Oh, wow. I believe in our fan translation, we just said something like that this was the beginning, just the beginning. But no, the first move in a game, better, much better, much better. That's great. So, that is the end of the first case. And that took longer than I expected, so I should probably end this stream here. Though I might want to show just the opening scene of the next case, because that will be a good teaser of what's to come, because it might surprise you. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. It is getting late. I'm going to end this soon, but before I do, I am going to show the intro to the next case. Just the intro. But yeah, this is like this is again, my opinion, best first case in the series. And yes, I plan on streaming the entire game. Definitely best first case in the series. And now I am just going to show you this. And then I'll quit out of my console. Because it's a little relevant to what just happened. This is called the Imprisoned Turnabout in our version. Oh, sorry, I cut off the dog bark. So yeah, Bronco Knight just got killed in prison. And we'll find out the truth about that next time. So yep, that'll be our teaser. See you all next time on the next stream for the start of Case 2, the Captive Turnabout. I'm glad all of you came to watch this, and yeah, I hope you've enjoyed my insights into the fan translation. And yep, I'll see you all probably next week at the same time. So yep, see you all then.